चेक वन टेस्ट। चेक चेक। हेलो चेक वन टेस्ट। चेक वन टेस्ट टेस्ट। हेलो चेक टेस्ट टेस्ट।
हेलो चेक। हेलो चेक। नहीं है। चेक चेक। हेलो चेक चेक चेक। हेलो चेक। हेलो चेक चेक।
हेलो चेक वन टेस्ट। हेलो माइक्रोफोन टेस्टिंग। हेलो चेक। हेलो हेलो माइक्रोफोन टेस्टिंग। हेलो चेक वन टू थ्री चेक वन टेस्ट।
एलुमनीज का रोल है, रोल ऑफ एलुमनी।
लंच के लिए तो सब आ जाते हैं।
मैं किसको चीज़ बात करूँ, मैं किसको कहूँ?
ये आप मुझे
बात
बात करता हूँ ना,
बात क्या करेंगे सर? लेकिन कितने लोगों को कॉल करेंगे?
में 25-30 भी आ जाएंगे, 25-30 भी आ जाएंगे।
किसी को बैंक किया था, किसी को बैंक किया था, 70 is present, so that we can start. मैंने इसके लिए एक बैट मैंने ऑडियंस को और सेशन अगर आप बनाना है उसके लिए छोटे हॉल में करें। ये सब अगर कॉन्फ्रेंस में देखो तो
सेशन के पहले आपको
अबाउट 50
मुझे दे देना।
वैलिडिटी को जो वो है वो 11:30 से 11 शायद इतनी सारी बना दिया हमका गेस्ट वो हैं उसके बाद और तो मैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कमीशन वैलिडिटी भी है यानी स्टूडेंट इंट्रैक्शन सेशन होगा उससे पहले कितने आते हैं एक यानी यहाँ के 19 पोस्ट है, उनको पोस्टशिप करने का हक नहीं है। वो 100 लड़कों को मोटिवेट करके हॉल में नहीं भेज सकते सर, किसी सेशन में नहीं भेज
नहीं,
सकते।
उनसे आज बात करो, लेट्स हैव
मैंने कहा सर वाइस चांसलर सर आप ऑर्डर की देखिए, अभी 100 लड़कों को आ जाएंगे हालात से।
वैलिडिटी जो है स्टूडेंट हो गए यहाँ पर, यहीं करना पड़ेगा एंड वी विल इश्योर टुमारो दैट स्टूडेंट्स आर हियर। कम से कम भी
टुमारो इट इज हॉलीडे,
कोई बात
दे विल बी रिलैक्सिंग इन रूम्स, वॉशिंग क्लोथ्स। सर मैं जानता हूँ यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स की मेंटेलिटी, वो कभी भी नहीं आएंगे छुट्टी के लिए, कभी नहीं आएंगे। हाँ मैंने कहा था कि सबसे खराब नाचने गाने वाले का कोई प्रोग्राम होता तो यहाँ स्किल करने के बाद ये गिर गई होती बिल्डिंग, तो तब खड़े होते।
तो ये बताना है कि दे कैन गेन फ्रॉम द इंटरेक्शन विद द एलुमनाई।
कौन बताएगा सर, ये काम है दोस्तों का हॉल नहीं बताना, सब लिए बैठे हैं दोस्तों को। 100 लड़कों को ऑनलाइन नहीं कर सके अपने हॉल से, 1700 800 900 लड़के रहते हैं वहाँ पे, ये कुड नॉट सेटिंग तो रोज क्लास टीचर नहीं होती है, बात ये होती है कि हॉल के अंदर हम अपना पॉम्पलेट भेजते हैं, नोटिस भेजते हैं। कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में वैलिडिटी कराएंगे, ये कल नहीं बात, कल की आगे की बात कर रहा हूँ, शुरू कराएंगे।
होल्ड करूं? मैं होल्ड किया। नहीं पहले पढ़ के सुनो।
देखिए यहाँ 500 बैठे ऊपर, 1400 की सीटिंग है। आप आखिर की बात करिए ना भाई, यहाँ 500 भी बैठे होंगे तो आ रहे हैं। ये कोई कोई हाल रहेगा नहीं है। क्लास टाइम इसके 1/3 5 लोग होते थे बस। मैं भाई कह रहा हूँ बात का है, अभी लंच पे देखिएगा, नहीं अभी लंच पे देखिएगा, अभी लंच पे 70 तो खुद आएंगे और 10 और
से पहले क्या होगा?
शिरानी साहब कहाँ कांटेक्ट करना होगा। फोन ही नहीं उठा रहे हैं।
अब आइंदा कहीं कर गए तो हमारे कहने से नाम लिखा करिए, लोग देखिए वहाँ 24 यहाँ रहे ना रहे।
जनाब क्या नाम है उनका?
शिरानी छुट्टी का रीशेड्यूल हो गया, छुट्टी के कल तो फ्राइडे का रिलीज आएगा, श्योर पढ़ा
कल ही है। आज ये नहीं आए, अहमद अली साहब नहीं आए, वाइस चांसलर
खराब हो गया।
नहीं, ये तो यहाँ है।
मिल गई है इसकी कॉपी।
अहमद अली साहब नहीं, उनको आज बैठना था, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर थे वो,
चलो भाई
उनको बुलाइए, कॉल करिए था सर।
पीवी साहब को
हाँ
फोन नंबर दीजिए।
उनको पता ही नहीं होगा, प्रोग्राम की कॉपी थी उनको पता है अहमद अली साहब के पास कि उनको आज ये करना है, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर है इस प्रोग्राम का।
भूल गए ना हो जाए।
मेरे ख्याल से नहीं थी उनको। हाँ लेकिन अब क्या किया जाए, तो अब क्या किया जाए?
किसने कुछ नहीं छोड़ दिए?
छोड़ दो
चीफ गेस्ट प्रिसाइड ओवर, बस 2 लोग बैठेंगे।
बस
बहुत क्या
कल भी तो ऐसे
कल भी ऐसे
सेशन चेयर,
डोंट वरी।
सेशन चेयर नॉट
सेशन चेयर में कौन है?
सेशन
वो
चेयर
जो-
चल रहा है ना सर, चेयर चल रहा है ना
हाँ, तो अभी अपने सेशन को कौन चेयर कर रहे हैं?
हबीब साहब।
और वाइस चांसलर साहब क्या करेंगे?
हैं?
वाइस चांसलर साहब क्या करेंगे?
प्रिसाइड।
प्रिसाइड। तजीम बेग आ गई, मसूद अख्तर आ गए, फजल खान साहब आ गए, अली अकबर साहब आ गए, अमीर जवाहर ज़ुबैरी अब यहाँ से हट गए, और ये आ गए।
बस अब शुरू करा
इनसे
दीजिए।
मैंने बात कर ली,
अब शुरू करा दीजिए।
तो ही इज़ रेडी टू स्पीक।
सर
10 मिनट्स।
सर अब शुरू करा देते हैं।
सबके बारे में जानते हैं, ये यूएसएस से मसूद
जाहिर
अख्तर
साहब से बात हो गई?
है ही नहीं, उठाए टेलीफोन ही नहीं उठा रहे।
फ्राइडे मैं भी फ़ोन कर रहा हूँ ब्रदर्स।
नहीं ये तो कल बता दिया था।
उनके पास प्रोग्राम की कॉपी थी कल, तो कल ही वाली है ना, कोई नहीं तो बनी नहीं।
और मैंने बताया कल बुलाई सारे इसको प्रोवोस्ट को एंड वही गेट देम स्टूडेंट्स हियर जस्ट टोल्ड दी एंड वो लाएंगे स्टूडेंट यही करेंगे वी विल गेट दिस स्टूडेंट्स ड्रम देम ऐसे करते हैं ये।
आप जो है प्रोग्राम शुरू करा दीजिए, सेशन है कोई बात नहीं, आप शुरू करा दीजिए सर।
कल स्टूडेंट्स की हाइट ही कर देते हैं आ जाएंगे स्टूडेंट्स।
आप शुरू करा दीजिए, आप शुरू करिए क्योंकि आपको थोड़ा थोड़ा इन लोगों के बारे में बताते हुए शुरू कर दिए सर।
चलो ठीक
शुरू
है
करिए।
ओके यही
अब आते रहेंगे लोग, बहुत से लोग शुरू होने के बाद
बुला लेता हूँ।
नहीं मतलब सुबह चाय कर सकते हैं आप, सब आ जाते हैं वॉलेंटियर।
यार ये हमारी कौम की हालत कब तक रहेगी?
कैसी रहेगी
चाय पे आ जाएंगे, खाने पर आ जाएंगे, यार कोई तरीका है?
पास ब्लॉक में बैठे हैं
बराबर हमारे खराब हो रही है।
एक ब्लॉक में बैठा दिए सब। अरे कुछ नहीं सर, थोड़ा सा बताना है तो जो है आगे बुला के सबको।
हाँ सबको, सारे लोगों को आगे थे। नहीं थोड़ा बिखरे बिखरे बैठे ठीक है, बिखरे बिखरे बैठे ठीक है, कुछ ना कुछ सब आगे तो पूरा बिल्कुल बुलाएंगे, तो थोड़ा बिखरे बिखरे बैठे।
चलिए चलिए सेशन शुरू कीजिए वरना अगला सेशन लेट हो जाएगा।
9:30 बजे शुरू होने को 10 बजे, 10 बज चुका, एक आध मिनट है यार, बज
मतलब सेशन नहीं
10
जो पीछे बैठे हैं आगे ले लें
नहीं आगे ले लेते पीछे बिल्कुल खाली नहीं और
आप लोग कुछ बैठे
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and a very good morning to all of you. We are now going to start the technical session 2. The session chair is Janab Habib Jawahar Zubairi Sahab, who has come all the way from UK. Our senior most alumni who is attending this meet. The session is presided over by Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah, and the speakers in this session are Dr. Tazeen Beg from USA, Dr. Masood Akhtar from USA, Dr. Fazal Khan from USA, Mr. Ali Muhammad Akbar Khan from Bahrain, and Professor Anil Pradhan from Ohio State University, USA. So, to begin this session, I request the first speaker, Dr. Tazeen Beg, to please start the session. You are the first speaker. Where she is? Please come. Please.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I feel very honored standing here today and speaking in the Kennedy Hall, where some very eminent personalities spoke yesterday. This is the first time that I'm actually standing here in Kennedy Hall, apart from singing taranas when I used to be a student here. I would be sharing my thoughts about Sir Syed's vision today. I graduated from Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, and now I'm working as an anesthesiologist at Stony Brook in USA. I am also the founding director of the Aligarh Medical Alumni Association of North America, which includes Canadian representatives, and also the vice president of the Aligarh Alumni Association of New York. I believe and hope that I have received not only ta'aleem in the form of a degree from this prestigious institution, but also some tehzeeb and tarbiyat, of which this university is so famous the world over. So what was Sir Syed's vision? I believe that his vision was to bring modern scientific thought and the concept of free inquiry within the Islamic framework to the Muslim masses. His vision was not only to establish a university, but to inculcate among Muslims a new, deep and profound way of thinking, essentially an intellectual movement in the late 18th century Europe called Enlightenment. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, it was a movement of the 18th century that emphasized the belief that science and logic give people more knowledge and understanding than tradition and religion, which was alien to Islam, but what Muslims were doing in the Middle Ages. It gives them individualism as well as reason. Obscurantism and superstition was, Sir Syed was totally against obscurantism as well as superstition. Obscurantism is the practice of keeping knowledge or understanding about something from people. So he wanted people not just to follow what was told to them, but he also wanted people to develop rational thinking. And I believe that was the essence of his thinking. He wanted us to go back to Muslim culture in the early centuries of Islamic history. He was asking Muslims to look back to their glorious past, when free inquiry within the Islamic framework was the order of the day. In places like Baghdad, which was the seat of learning, which was where the first university was developed. And it was all, it was all Muslim culture at that time. North Africa or Southwestern Europe, in places like Spain. He wanted us to be reminded of Ibn Sina or Avicenna and Ibn Rushd or Averroes, who were regarded as authorities of the medical science. Or Ibn Khaldun, who was pioneer of modern social science, as was enshrined in his writings called the Muqaddimah. I'm categorically clear that he was not just flattering the British because they were the rulers, but because English was the medium that would get access to all the scientific literature at that time. And so that was the reason behind his propagating the English language among the masses, among the Muslim masses especially. I would also like to mention here something that I recently heard on Bill Moyer's journal interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is actually an astrophysicist, an African-American astrophysicist, who is right now the director of the Hayden Planetarium in New York. He thought that the reason that American kids are lagging behind in the sciences to their counterparts in Europe is because of lack of education of the basic sciences. He also mentioned how the Islamic civilization of yore disintegrated due to the loss of interest. And that is what we really need to work upon. It's been, at one point in time, about 1,000 years ago, Islamic civilization was at the top, and now it's at the turn of the century. Right now we are nowhere. And we are being, we are just not doing enough to keep ourselves in the front lines. This is just a saying from Sir Syed, some of the thoughts that have been expressed everywhere, and everybody is very familiar with these, that sons shall go forth throughout the length and breadth of the land to preach the message of free inquiry, of large-hearted toleration, and of pure morality. Or acquisition of knowledge of science and technology is the only solution for the problems of Muslims, basically. So keeping all this in view, we have been working in our part of the United States to translate his ideas not only in words but actions through the formation of alumni associations. We have I'm part of two main alumni associations. One is the Aligarh Medical Alumni Association of North America, which I am proud to be part of, and which I am a co-founder. And the other one is the Aligarh Alumni Association of New York, which has been working for the past 10 to 12 years in New York, doing things like inviting and honoring eminent people in different walks of life, who we believe are spreading Sir Syed's message in different, though indirect ways. Recently, we invited for our, we actually also hold mushairas to encourage the propagation of the Urdu language, which I believe is an essential part of the Aligarh movement, which is not mentioned that often, and also to keep it alive, and also with a view to expose it to our children and hopefully to Americans also. Abdullah Bhai was here, and he is one of the most important proponents of the Mushairas in the United States. He was one of the people who actually founded the federation and the associations, or integrated all the associations in the different parts of America into a federation. So in last October, we invited Farooq Sheikh Sahab as a speaker for the annual Mushaira function. And like someone was saying yesterday, we don't just have biryanis and dinner, but we do have some specific speakers. Year before last, we invited Dr. Farhan Nizami, who is actually the founder and director of the Oxford Center for Islamic Studies. So we have been trying to, in our own way, trying to propagate Sir Syed's vision. We also organize seminars and lectures on subjects and themes that are connected to Sir Syed's vision. We, last year in July, our Vice Chancellor Sahab, General Shah, he was kind enough to come and grace the occasion, and he was also, we held a reception in the Indian Consulate, the Consulate General of India in New York, which had not happened before as far as we know. So that was the first time that we had a reception held as part of the Aligarh Alumni Association in the consulate. So let me just tell you a little bit about our associations. Amana was actually established during the Golden Jubilee year of JNMC, and it was just established last year after a lot of emailing and talking to people. We actually started off through Facebook. We formed a group on Facebook, and that's how we communicated. And so I believe that internet is not a really bad thing. It is, and especially Facebook is not a bad thing, especially if you want to communicate with your friends and people all over the world. So, जो उंगली है हमारी शहादत की उंगली, we can. Yesterday somebody was talking about this shahadat ki ungli, that it's okay to use it to Google things and to use the internet. That's my belief. So yeah, last year we formed this association of all the, they had never gotten together, the JNMC alumni in America. There are lots of them. I actually have about 150 email addresses, and I'm in touch with those people, though about 60 showed up last year for the first inaugural function of the Amana. So it is comprised of all the physicians and research scientists in various medical fields who have earned their degrees from JNMC and who are working now in the United States as well as Canada. It is all on the voluntary basis, so whoever gets time and whenever, we try to get together, and we try to, we will be doing that in the near future, inshallah. We talk about, it's basically, let me tell you about the mission statement. We are a not-for-profit medical organization formed for educational, scientific, and charitable purposes, and I will elaborate on that later on in the presentation. It's basically to promote the interests of JNMC by fostering a strong bond between the alumni and their alma mater, to provide a forum for JNMCites to discuss local issues pertaining to healthcare and the practice of medicine in the United States. We are living in an alien country, but we have not forgotten our roots. The objectives of Amana are integration of our alma mater for exchange and sharing of scientific knowledge and medical technology. We have been holding lectures through that, plus we will be sharing some, we will be trying to do some webinars and teleconferences, etc., in the near future, inshallah. Share experience and provide help and support to continuously improve quality of patient care at our alma mater. So this is through, again, through lectures, and also seek ideas for career enhancement and counseling, and improve quality of life for students and graduates of JNMC. We have had several graduates from JNMC who have been calling us regarding how to get into a residency position back in the United States as well as other parts of the world, and how to take the exams, for example, so those kind of things. We have also sometimes hosted the residents at our places just so that, in order to help them out. We are planning on to organize medical missions to Aligarh, bring surgeons or doctors who would be coming here and providing their services, of course, and other cities also, inshallah. And also to establish lifelong relationships with JNMC faculty, students, and people all over the world. We also plan to highlight the achievements of alumni of JNMC, provide them with rewarding opportunities to serve JNMC, its faculty, and students, and to recognize outstanding physicians, scientists, and academicians for their lifetime achievements. Next year we will have our annual meeting, and we plan to introduce CME, continuing medical education, during that, apart from the social interaction that we did this year. These are some of the office bearers. Dr. Ashraf Khan, he has been here several times to give lectures. Dr. Abdul Wase, he's a renowned cardiologist. He also received a President's Award for community health. And of course, myself, Sadia Chaktai, Dr. Shamim Khan, and Dr. Bilal. Dr. Intizam Khan, who was very, he helped organize the function last year, actually. Dr. Samir Kamar, Gaurav Chawla, Dr. Alvi, he has been here several times to give lectures on medical informatics. He did his MBA from Johns Hopkins, and he has been trying to really help out over here to start the medical informatics systems over here. Dr. Manu Jain, she's a pathologist, and she's our communications secretary. She's at Cornell right now, working as a research associate, and she has very renowned with her papers, and she hopefully, inshallah, she'll be coming in March to give a lecture here. Also, I'm trying to arrange that. And of course, Dr. Zeba Ansari, she is from our Canadian liaison, and she's also the daughter of Professor Naseem Ansari. I'm sure a lot of people know the surgeon, Professor and Mrs. Ansari. Our patrons, of course, any association that is formed needs some patrons to overlook everything and to also advise. And Dr. Farida Khan, she's also, and I don't think she's an alumni from here, but she was a teacher in the beginning when the JNMC was formed, as well as Dr. Salman Akhtar. I believe everybody knows his brother better, but Dr. Salman Akhtar, he's a renowned psychiatrist. And Dr. Muzaffar Ali Beg, he was one of the persons from the second batch. We held our Golden Jubilee and inaugural meeting on July 6th last year. It was a grand event celebrating the 50 golden years of JNMC. This is the picture. This is our group picture that we took. What I did was, since people tend to come late, and so what we did was, we said that we will do the picture session first, and it is a group picture, so everybody showed up on time. Actually, they came earlier than usual just to be in that group picture. So that was our strategy to actually get everybody together. This is just a few pictures. Dr. Ashraf Khan, he's the president of the association. He was welcoming the guests. Plus, I presented the report, the annual report. There, our Vice Chancellor, Janal Shah, was being presented with the memento by Dr. Muzaffar Beg. And we have also, like I said earlier, we will be giving out annual Lifetime Achievement Awards, which we have called Jawaharlal Nehru Lifetime Achievement Award in Medicine, Public Health, and Allied Sciences, and where we will be recognizing outstanding individuals. And our first award was given to Dr. Yusuf Hamid, who is the CEO of CIPLA, and he couldn't come attend the function at that time, but I have been in touch with him, and he has definitely helped a lot of people all over the world through reducing the cost of the medications, especially the AIDS medication and the cancer medications all over the world, especially in the impoverished nations, due to which the pharmaceutical companies in America are not very happy with him. And he got the CNN Person of the Year award, actually, in 2012 also. I believe he was not an alumnus of AMU, but his father did study here for some time, especially in the school. Then we presented some mementos to the teachers who were there when JNMC was first formed and who are actually residing in the United States. Dr. Farida Khan, Dr. Jamil Khan, and Dr. Mati Siddiqui. And University Tarana, of course, everybody was there to join the University Tarana. That is usually the soul of any Aligarh function. We have a website which we launched at that time. These are some of the pictures. Dr. Ashraf Malik, who's the principal of JNMC at that time, was also kind enough to come and be there at the function. And so as far as achievements are concerned, people have been standing here and talking about all the achievements. I think, I don't think we have done much yet, but inshallah we are moving towards it and hope to do some things which we would definitely feel proud of in the coming years, inshallah. So one of the achievements was, of course, to get everybody together for the Golden Jubilee function for the first time. It took a lot of hard work, but we were able to gather about 60 alumni with their families last year in July. Another thing was, of course, we helped, hopefully, I mean, I do feel proud that we were able to get the cardiac cath lab. At least we spoke to about the cardiac cath lab, about initiating the cardiac cath lab at JNMC in collaboration with the Department of Medicine. We had planned on a lot of fundraising for that, and we did collect some funds also. But because of General Shah's enthusiasm and help, they are already, it's already in the works. The building is already, I believe, getting built right now, and it will soon be inaugurated, I hope, inshallah, which is one of the essential things. I mean, for any medical college or any big hospital, cardiac cath lab is an essential thing. It is like the first line of treatment for any patient who gets a heart attack, and I believe it was very important. A year ago, I had come here. 2 years ago, I had come here because my mother had a heart attack, and of course, they had to take her to Delhi for the cardiac catheterization. And so that was one of the things that actually prompted us to collaborate and try to get it put together. And I would definitely like to thank General Shah for initiating the efforts, and also for believing in our efforts, that, and also to spearhead the process. And hopefully it will be inaugurated, inshallah, soon. We also provided some funds for the Uttarakhand relief. They were definitely very, very surprised coming from an Aligarh association. But we definitely did it. It went to a group in New Jersey through the efforts of one of our members, actually. We have also, we definitely believe that the Vice President's wife, Mrs. Sommer, is doing a great job with the Al-Noor Charitable Society, and so the Aligarh Alumni Association of New York, as well as Amana, we have both been providing funds to Al-Noor Society, which is definitely helping a lot with the underprivileged, with the education of underprivileged students and children. And we have, I believe we had told General Shah that instead of the smart classrooms, our association is actually trying to help with the funds, to send funds to the Al-Noor Society instead. But that is our, kind of, hopefully, our contribution. Another one was Dr. Ashraf Khan last year in October, I believe, had a MOU signed, the Memorandum of Understanding between JNMC as well as the University of Massachusetts Medical School for exchange of faculty, and inshallah they will soon be starting I think 2 faculty are already being helped to go to University of Massachusetts as far as the exchange is concerned. But I believe it will mostly be our faculty going to over there to Boston rather than them coming, but hopefully we will try to get that done also. Another achievement, which I call it an achievement, but that is, there have been some lectures by our members since its inception. Dr. Ashraf Khan, like I said, he spoke about graduate medical education in the USA in October. Dr. Shamim Khan spoke about acute coronary syndromes in the Department of Cardiology in December. Then there's another thing that we are doing, which is establishment of a Dr. Tasifa Khan Memorial Lecture Series, which will be starting in the Department of Anesthesiology in February, and the inaugural lecture will be on March 4th, which I will be inshallah, presenting. So Dr. Tausifa Khan, people will ask why, because she was instrumental in the formation of the anesthesiology department. And we just wanted, I was thinking that we do have people come over here and give lectures, why not make it into an annual thing? And so we will be funding those visiting professor lecture series. And I think this, I believe, is the first of its kind in the medical college, though there have been some, on an official basis. There have been other lectures, but this would be. Then also there are projects in the pipeline, which are, one of them is, we have a drug bank here at JNMC, and I am talking to those people who are in charge over there to get some free medicines through the charitable arm of the CIPLA organization through Dr. Yusuf Hamid. Then there will be, again, the exchange of faculty. We are also planning on some webinars and teleconferences once the auditorium at the medical college is a little bit more, I guess they're still in the works, so we will be doing those also. And plus, again, like I said, the charitable medical missions. Ye mera chaman hai, mera chaman. I think we need to consider AMU as our own. It belongs to us, and the spirit of Aligarh definitely lives through its alumni also. And remember what Sir Syed Ahmad Khan once said at the foundation laying ceremony of the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College in 1877. From the seed which we sow today, there may spring up a mighty tree whose branches, like those of the banyan of the soil, shall, in their turn, strike firm roots into the earth and themselves send forth new and vigorous samplings. Thank you. If anybody wants to get in touch, my email is right there. And any questions?
You may take a few questions if you wish.
Sure. If anybody has it. I don't know.
A few questions we may take. If anybody wants to ask any question.
Professor Zubin. Ji.
Mic on.
Hello, is this on now? Well, I must say how much I am impressed by the dedicated love and loyalty of the American doctors. The doctors, we understand, have very little free time, but for them to find time to organize such meetings, of which you have given a very complete and exhaustive account, is very plausible. And I wish that other people may follow your advice and your example and try to do what you are doing. I congratulate you and thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Should I take it?
Thank you, Dr. Tazeen Beg, for such a wonderful presentation. And this is the spirit with which the alumni are working. And these technical sessions were meant to tell everybody in Aligarh that how the alumni are working. And you just have seen the presentation, what these doctors are doing, and we need such type of help from everybody. And I myself, having some heart problems, I know that this cath lab in Aligarh is the need of the hour, and sooner it happens, better it will be for the entire Aligarh community. I am really thankful to Dr. Tazeen, and I am very sure that soon we'll have this lab. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Masood Akhtar Saab. He is associated through a number of projects with this university over the years, Last time also, when the previous Vice Chancellor went to America, he was instrumental in taking him to Wisconsin and other places. And today, again, he is amongst us, taking all the trouble to come to this alumni meet. And now I request Dr. Masood Akhtar to please speak on this occasion.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm really honored again to be here. I was here back in 2008 when we had this kind of summit the first time. And at that time I said, and I'm going to say it again, I'm very proud to be an Algerian, and I'm very proud to be an Indian. And this really helps me in terms of what I do overseas and what we plan to do here back at my alma mater. Today, all of our alumni are gathered together to show our commitment to time, talent, and the treasure, three things that our Vice Chancellor Saab talked about today. We want to assure you that you have our commitment for time, talent, and treasure, and we will fulfill our obligation. We want to make sure that our youth here succeed and compete in a knowledge-based economy. We have our students, they are very talented. We want to make sure that we are there when they need us. We want to make sure that our alma mater not only produces the Nobel laureate of the futures, but also produce the Sir Syed that we need to take this mission to the next step. And we can help, inshallah, to accomplish that goal. What we need here, in my opinion, is the motivation. The reason we are coming from United States or Middle East is to interact with the students, faculty. What they are looking for is the motivation. We can share our success stories. We spend a lot of time in our countries. Some of us have been very successful. We want to make sure that we are the product of this university. And since you are studying here, you can accomplish what we have accomplished, and you can accomplish a lot more than what we have accomplished, because we can share our success stories with each of you when we come here. I also believe that thinking alone is waste of time. We need to take action. These kinds of gatherings alone would not accomplish what we want to accomplish over a period of time. It is also extremely important to the life of any university, whether it is Aligarh Muslim University or any other university, that we have a very active and very interactive alumni. Just having alumni is not going to give us the results that we are looking for. We have to build a very strong and very interactive alumni. I wish in this room there were more faculty members and there were more students participating so that they can get motivated. And we need to change that moving forward, and we will help you get there, inshallah. The other important thing is that I would ask all of our AMU alumni to promote unity and not uniformity. We want to make sure that our students, our faculty participate in all of this with diverse background and opinion. We need that diversity, we need that opinion, and all of us, we need to honor that. But that discussion of differences of opinion should not divide us at all. It should actually unite us in building the strong Aligarh Muslim University's future. Each of us, as an alumnus, has some responsibility to this alma mater. Each of us should promote it, defend it, and be positive about it when you talk to people, whether here in India, here in Aligarh, or overseas. We have to develop that culture and show and be proud that we are the product of Aligarh Muslim University. We all have to work together for the betterment of our alma mater, and I'm very confident that together we can turn our AMU into India's #1 university and among the top 200 universities of the world, while restoring its minority character, as has been shown in the vision strategy that our vice chancellors talk about. But we all have to work together to get there. Our vice chancellor Saab has also established an AMU Alumni Affairs Committee to ensure effective communication between our alumni all over the world and this university. That is excellent, and I applaud your effort that you took this initiative immediately after returning from the United States. Really, really appreciate that. However, as a next step, I would suggest that our VC Saab also establish an alumni relations office and place it under your leadership, reinforcing the university and the others that we have a full commitment and we are going to work together to make certain things happen. This office, in consultation with alumni all over the world, should develop an action-oriented alumni research strategic plan over the next several months, which would include the concept of forming an international advisory board. And this is critical because this university is very unique. We have alumni all over countries, about 90 of those countries, so we are all over there. We want to make sure that we have all the right strategies in place to engage them on a regular basis rather than meeting once a year. Interacting with them on a regular basis is going to help us accomplish our goal, and we will make it happen, inshallah. Some of our alumni that I talk with, at least in the United States, they are so committed to this alma mater that after several years of research and teaching, they want to come back and serve this university. So I will ask the administration and the Vice Chancellor Saab to develop some strategies to recruit those committed members or our alumni who are willing to serve this institution. The other thing that I talked about here in 2008, and other alumni also talked about, and we are going to have some conversation about that tomorrow when we have our brainstorming session, is the idea of establishing the Center for Entrepreneurship. Professor Aziz Saab came to University of Wisconsin. We arranged a meeting with the University Research Park, representatives there, and explained the way system works in other countries. And our Vice Chancellor Saab was also there back in August this year. He also visited the university facilities, innovation, and how these people start research. I was very impressed yesterday when I visited in the evening, some of these innovations that our university is involved with. And when I started asking questions, I saw a number of these students gathered together, and they wanted to know how to protect the intellectual property and how we can take it to the next step. Our students have the talent, the energy. What they need is our commitment and motivation. And we need to tell them that we are serious about it and we'll help you whatever help they need. The third thing that I mentioned about that 3T, I'm going to focus a little bit more on third T, which is treasure. I strongly believe that every single student here and every single faculty and every single person who is a part of the administration should contribute something towards this cause, even if it is 1 rupee per month or 1 rupee per week or 1 rupee per year. It doesn't matter what that amount is. These students and faculty members and they should feel that they are the part of the Sir Syed vision, which is not just raising the money. They have to be a part of this movement that we have been talking about. They should feel, I am very confident that everybody in this room can afford to pay 1 rupee. Okay? They feel in that situation that they are a part of the team. Everybody has to contribute regardless the amount and the effort. They have to be a part of what we want to accomplish. We cannot accomplish alone. It has to be a sincere and coordinated effort. So I would suggest that we should think about doing something. The other thing that we have not aggressively pursued in the past, and I think, in my opinion, we should. We talked about a lot of politicians who came out of this university. President, vice president, you name it, they are there. They are the graduate of this university. Somehow they were associated with this university. But at the same time, I feel there are a lot of alumni in the Bollywood that we have not touched upon yet. They have a lot of money available, right? At the same time, a lot of people can come just to see them, right? So there could be some concerted effort where we can talk to some of those people who can actually help us get some money from those people. And as you remember, just 2 weeks ago, Salman Khan wrote a check for 25 lakhs for the medical college, right? And we are lucky to have the vice chancellor of this university, whose younger brother is also an alumnus of this university. I heard that. So if Salman Khan, I am confident, who is not an alumnus of this university, Nasiruddin Shah, who is an alumnus of this university, I am very confident will contribute for this university. We need to talk with him. The other thing, in my opinion, that we need to do is our administration should develop a database of all of these wealthy individuals, regardless whether they are alumni or not, and we need to develop a strategy, a targeted strategy to talk with them, invite them as a chief guest and others, so they can feel also that they are a part of this community, and we need to develop those strategies to approach them. I also believe that politicians can play a major role. You know, we talked about yesterday, there was some people were saying it's a good idea, other people say, this is your right, you pay taxes here. Regardless, this is your right to get something back from either the state or the central government. You have absolutely the right to do that. You just have to talk to the right people. The problem is people who are more influential in influencing the politics of this country somehow have their own agenda, and they do not use their political connections to help this university, and we need to change that moving forward. Two more things I will just mention here, that we want to assure you again that our alumni all over the world have this great spirit of brotherhood, and we have a very strong bond that weaves together all across the world. We are still one family. Being alumni, it's our duty to give sound counsel and much needed assistance to our alma mater. The important thing is as I said before, is the time commitment, that taking alone, this action alone is waste of time in my opinion. We need to take action. You might have heard this story of a person who was worshiping God for many, many years. And each year he will ask his God that he need 1 crore of rupees. So after many, many years, God came down and talked with him and said, Huzur, I wanted to give you 1 crore of this money that you're looking for. But first thing you need to do is buy the lottery ticket. So you have to take the first action. If you don't do that, nothing will happen. We can have these meetings that we are having. If we don't turn them into actions, nothing will happen. And that's the thing we don't want to do. Let me give you an example of a few things that we have done. I was very instrumental back in 2008 as a part of the US delegation to the top Indian universities here. And Aligarh Muslim University was part of those IITs, and we at that time met with Professor Aziz Saab, who was the Vice Chancellor of this university. And the effort was to start the exchange program between the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the top Indian universities. And because of that effort, as of now, we have sponsored about 7 students from the Department of Biotechnology and Biochemistry. And when they came to United States to work in those labs for about 3 months or so, they did so well that number of those students, even though they were there for about 10 weeks to 12 weeks, did so well that some of those were offered actually fellowship and other assistance to work in the United States. And I remember one example of a student from biotechnology, a biotechnology department, that she right now, as we speak, doing her PhD in the labs of a Nobel laureate. That's a big accomplishment for our university. Our university has those kinds of students. What they need is a motivation and resources. So what we have done is established an investment fund here, which is interest-free, and students who do not have the money, we can provide the money and cover their expenses, all of their expenses, including travel, to make sure that they have that kind of opportunity. So that's one example, and we will continue doing that. The second thing, we started another program called SN BOS program, which is also funded by the government of India. But if our people don't qualify, or students, we also can use the same funds. This time, there was one person or one student from mechanical engineering department of our university applied for the SN BOS exchange program, and they can go anywhere in the United States to do some research. And I had a meeting with one of the organizers before I came here, and I asked him a question: how many students from Aligarh Muslim University applied? And the response was only one, and that person was from the mechanical engineering department. He did not make it to the final list, but he did make it to 160. There were 800 people, the students applied, but he did make it to the first cut. What he needed basically was some kind of support. When I came here 2 days ago, I interviewed him actually in botany department, that's where I graduated from, talked with him. In about 2 minutes after talking with him, I was fully convinced that he was the sharpest person or student I have ever seen. In 2 minutes of my conversation. These guys have talents. So this morning before I came here, I sent a note to my organizer back in UW, Madison, to say, I interviewed him, talked with him. I'm going to see him again today at 6:30, and I will talk to the chairman of the mechanical engineering department, and I want to make sure that you start the process and bring this student as quickly as you can, and we have the resources to support it. The other thing I will mention, yesterday, before the dinner, I met with the principal of the blind school that we have here. That's the only university that provides that kind of help. And I was very impressed, and I asked her about these students, how many students are enrolled, and the conditions, and those kinds of things, and what else is she looking for in terms of support. And so after a number of conversations, she said, well, these are very good, very talented people. I have to tell you something. These students are not blind. These students simply don't have eyes. That's how I differentiate. These students are talented. So I said, what else can they do? What else do you need from us as alumni? One of the things she mentioned that, if we can find some computers, 5 or 6 or whatever that number is, then actually they can start learning. And they can do that, and they're very sharp. So today, from this podium, as an alumnus of this university, I asked her how much money would it cost. She said about 2.5 to 3 lakhs of rupees to do his head. So today, as an alumnus of this university, I'm making an announcement that when I go back this Saturday, I will send a check for $3,000, and I asked the Vice Chancellor Sahib to make sure that is used for that purpose. One more thing I will just mention, that I'm also having some conversations with my Department of Botany, Plant Physiology, and the Vice Chancellor Sahib, and this is at a very early stage. One of the things that we have to expose our students, and everybody doesn't have to go to the United States right now, but there are some other institutions, top institutions here in India, where we should, as an alumni, provide the opportunity to our students in our departments to spend 3 or 6 months in some of those labs and get the training that they need so they can use that kind of expertise back here in their labs. That will be step number 1. And if they are successful with that would help them get the job or the training in actually United States. So I'm going to be, inshallah, involved. Vice Chancellor Sahib has asked the Botany Department to get together and develop a strategy so we can actually start that process starting next year. And I made the commitment to sponsor those students each year, inshallah, over the next 5 years to make it happen. So at the end, I just want to assure everybody in this room that we as an alumni are fully committed to help you the help that you need. We have to have a lot more interaction moving forward than we had in the past. Okay? Don't feel that you don't have anybody who can supervise you, guide you, those kinds of things. That is absolutely not true. Our university alumni is very different than the alumni that I have seen. We have this emotional bond with this university, and we are fully committed to do the kinds of things that you need to make it happen. Because if you are successful, we feel proud of it. when you get to the point where we are at today, you are going to support the other students and back this environment, and the cycle will start, and we will flourish, and we'll all be successful. Assalamu alaikum.
One or two questions, if anybody wishes to ask, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Master. Our next speaker is Dr. Fazal Khan from Washington, D.C. Dr. Fazal Khan did his PhD in biochemistry. I'm right?
General Shah, other members on the dais. I will take only 10 minutes, so I'll give you 5 minutes. General Shah, other honorary members there on the dais, women and men, and other audience, Assalamu alaikum. As Dr. Sohail Sabir said that my name is Fazal Khan and I did my PhD in biochemistry with late Dr. Majid Siddiqui. In 77, and I moved to United States in 78 January, and I stayed in academia for roughly 2 years. Since then, I have been working only in management positions, right or wrong. So I have not been in academia for too long. My experience in academia was and has been only in this university, couple years in other university there, and as an industrial advisor to MIT in a chemical engineering department. My work is in drug development, so I have always been in pharmaceutical industry. So what I heard this morning from Tazeen about how they are helping medical college here, which probably need that help. Also Masood Akhtar, who is involved, is a very entrepreneur. He has been very helpful to the university here, as well as he has done a very good job. We are very proud of him as a league. So I'm not sure I'm going to match it, their talk, but let me, as a manager, my job is and has been strategic planning and put the infrastructure. And when we talk about the infrastructure, I don't mean constructing a building or the road. It's one of the very important things. I must say here, I'm very impressed with the infrastructure that's being built in the university. It's a fairly clean after many years that I have seen. And I congratulate to our Vice Chancellor, who has done an excellent job so far. And I have no reason to doubt that he will not continue doing the same way. So I congratulate him. Now, the theme of the talk today is the role of alumni, how to translate that vision into reality. The vision is something that we always do that in our strategic planning, that where are we today, where do we want to be 5 years from now, where are we going to be 10 years from now? So we map out everything. But in order to do that, first we have to know, where are we? This is the academic institution, one of the premier institutions in the India, of course. So what is our main goal that we want to achieve? I saw the vision that our VC Saab gave yesterday, that by 2017, we want to be #1 in ranking. I don't know what the ranking means here. How do they rank? But one thing I do know, that students we get in this university, we enroll them, how to polish them. Because it's a shared vision that one has to have. In order to make any academic institution a great, which can be talked about, you write your home about, it's a shared vision has to be, it's a shared responsibility has to be from the faculty and from the students. Every time we hear in the news, barring for last year or so, or year and a half, because there is no students' union, otherwise this university, always we hear in the news, there is a strike. There is a strike. I mean, I think somehow we have to create an environment among the students that they come here to study. And that's their parents work very hard, sometimes even borrow money to educate them. So what is their primary role? But the point is that why don't they understand that? I was a student here. I came in 66, 67, left university in 78 after PhD. Somehow something has changed. At that time, I felt that there was a teacher and taught relationship. There was some interaction between teacher and the students. I remember I came from UP board. I didn't know much English at that time. There are many other subjects I was not very good at. But I had courage, and I was encouraged by the teachers to come to them, ask them, once you go there, साहब सलाम अलैकुम, आओ भाई आओ बैठो, चाय लो, उसके बाद उस आपको बताते थे. I don't know if that tradition still continues or not, but I think that there was an interaction that helped me at least, and I'm sure that there are many that I know of. So somehow that environment has to be created. Why is there a strike? Personally, I believe that it has to be from both sides. Somehow there is a communication gap between administration and the students. And I can say that I'm part of the leadership team. I have been for many years that we run the company. We are 5 people, we run the company. We have 300 people. We raise about $120 million every year. That's a budget. So I know that our HR group and we ourselves personally try to be very transparent with those employees. Given, I do want to differentiate, here you have 16 to 30-year very active students, so there is lots of energy. That energy has to be dissipated somewhere because entropy is very high. So I understand that. In a private industry, you have certain control because you can't give them bonus if they don't perform. But still, I feel that the vice chancellor of the university, in my mind, is the CEO of any company, and then how to manage that, how your staff manages it. The communication between student and administration is very important. If it breaks down, the suspicion comes in, and then it multiplies, and then at one point there's a breaking point, and then something comes up. It's nobody's fault, it's the process, how to control that. So that's number one. Number two, in order to be number one in India or BRICS country, it takes a very good faculty. I have never been to school in America. I got my PhD, I went there, got a job, except took some business courses at Harvard because I run a company in Boston, so therefore it's very easy, just walk in and take the courses. But I've never been a student, so I don't know about that. But still, I think that the administration has to somehow come to a grip that what would it take in order to bring those students in line, because they are the future. Vice chancellor comes and go. Other members come and go, but the university runs because of the students and staff. When I look at the university or institute that I was working on, there were 2 Nobel laureates. So because of them, they create an environment that is conducive to learning. They have staff club. They have all sorts of clubs where there's a brainstorming going on. So I think somehow we have to do that. What I'm glad to say that when our Vice Chancellor Saab was in Houston in Federation is, I don't know if you don't know, there are 15, 16 alumni associations in America, and there is Umbrella Organization Federation. And that's a place that we can invite anybody, and our VC sir was kind enough to accept our invitation. He was there in June. That's where this concept came for Alumni Meet. So I think that there got to be, in this university, somehow it is communicated to students that your primary job is to study. And you are too young to get involved into too many things. It's easier for me to say because I'm old. When I was at your age, I'm not sure I thought about it, but at least I can say that study, study, study. It's a very competitive world. It's a social media, it's a digital world. Everything is running very fast, and if you're left behind, it's tough to catch up. So one of the things that I'm delighted to say that whatever our Vice Chancellor Saab has done, at least all the exams and other things are taking in place and at the right time. And once again, I congratulate him for doing that. So that's one thing. Now, what kind of role alumni can play? A lot. Yesterday, I heard one of the conductors was saying that, quoting Maulana Shibli Numani, that when you leave university, leave it as a home, come back to pay whatever, in whatever form. Let me assure you that I don't know alumni in India, but in the United States, alumni are obsessed with Aligarh Muslim University. Actually, there is no gathering that they don't talk, and they feel for it. They want to help. Actually, they talk too much. So now, how to translate that into action, I think that's where we have to be. And this gathering will help. I believe there is a meeting at the end of tomorrow or sometimes to do the brainstorming, make a note of it, and translate that into action. There's one more thing I wanted to say here. We always compare ourselves, IITs, IIMs. There's nothing wrong in comparing. I think you have to shoot high. Your dream has to be very high. Your goal has to be high. But there is a difference between universities, academic universities, and those kinds of institutes. So while we should shoot there, but we should not be pessimistic if we are not with them. Because their goal is different. They concentrate on certain number of people. They enroll certain kind of students. So I'm not sure that whether or not we are going to be there, but there is nothing wrong in having that kind of goal to achieve what they achieve. Other important thing is that what do we do when we enroll the students? I come from UP board. Many of you come from UP or Bihar board. When you come here, you run into the language problem. And you know, you can know technical, you can have technical understanding, that's easier. However difficult engineering may be, learning technical skills is not as difficult as learning language. It doesn't take one day or 1 year. It takes a long time in order to master the language. And you have to learn to speak and the writing. If you don't have that, despite the fact that you know the subject, but still you are at a disadvantage. And I would request Vice Chancellor Saab to create some sort of program, or we, the alumni, will be happy to help wherever it is possible. So that's one of the things that we should be looking into. Students, what we have, but how to polish them, that is very important. There are lots of alumni, and even here, that they want to bring change. But alumni cannot bring change. Alumni can only facilitate bringing change. The change has to be within. If you are not ready to change, nobody can bring the change. You have to be part of the solution. You cannot be only part of the problem. Alumni from America or Middle East with some money, they cannot help. Money is important, but not everything. So it's a mindset that you have to have. Number one, as Masood Akhtar mentioned, that last alumni meet we were here, when Aziza was Vice Chancellor, there were lots of things were promised. I haven't seen much, if anything, that was fulfilled. So it's very important that we make note of it, that what exactly, there will be zillions of issues that you can make note of. But other thing is also for managers, for administration, to prioritize. Not everything has the same priority. You rather prioritize what is number one, what is number two. You have to look into the short-term solution where students study, they go to good jobs, but then the long-term. Because one of the things that no matter what problem you tackle, how difficult the problem is, first time you can tackle it, can you sustain it? What are you doing to sustain it? That's very important. Our VC sir will put lots of good programs. He will mean it, he will achieve it, but can we constantly achieve it? What is he going to do in order to have that no matter which Vice Chancellor comes, the program is progressing. So with that, let me use one quote which Masood Akhtar also partly alluded to. It's a quote from Desmond Tutu in South Africa when almost everybody was rushing to get the freedom from white government, apartheid, and everybody wanted to be hero. And he said that if you can go fast when you go alone, but to go far, you have to work together. And with that, I'll finish it, that alumni as well as the people in the university, those who want to move forward, it may not be very fast progress, but it will go slowly, it will go too far, and we can achieve that. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
So let me answer your first question, and that's a very good question. I interacted with lots of students in last 2 days, and what I was told that there is a huge gap between teachers and students. So point well taken. I don't know why is that, and that's the reason I alluded that when I was a student, I didn't know English, didn't know much Urdu, which was important here, and I'm not sure how well I knew Hindi. But what I am today, it is because of this very university that I was trained in 10 years, my undergrad, grad courses. To me, I took advantage of going to teachers. I went to their home. चाय भी पिया और सीखा भी. भाई उससे बेहतर बिजनेस तो नहीं हो सकता कि खाना भी खिलाएं और आपको बताएं भी. I think that has broken down at this point. I don't know why. I think somebody else could answer because I don't live here. I have been 32 years in America. Now the second question, that what alumni can do, a lot if you involve them. However, I do have an issue. I see on the net many alumni try to suggest how to run the university. I'm totally opposed to that. I think that should be left to the administration here. There are lots of capable people in administration. So how alumni can help, that's what we are going to sort it out. One thing always comes up, raising money. Money alone cannot help. It's the mindset. It's the attitude. But that has to come, as I said, from within itself here. Very often what I have seen, on a given Some alumni, when they give a couple of dollars, they impose their will. They don't understand the environment of United States are here. In United States, everything run on time. 5 minutes late, door is closed in a meeting, very often. I'm one of those. There are 4 or 5 vice presidents in my company that report to me. I have 5 minutes time. 5 minutes, schedule your meeting. If you are busy, no problem. Don't come to the meeting. I follow the same. So the discipline, all those things has to be there, the mindset. But also, people like me who have been there for 30 years following strict rule. You know, America is #1 in timing. There is a survey. They are never late more than 4 or 5 minutes. But we are in India, and we have to adopt also. We cannot dictate those who are working here, and they mean it. They are honest. But it's just the environment that is created here, and that's continuous. So how to change that? So there are many ways alumni, I'm not sure I'm answering your question right, but there are many ways alumni can help. They can bring their experience. One of the areas itself that we can suggest what kind of things are needed here in order to succeed abroad. Everybody is not going to be absorbed in here. Everybody is not interested in being only in India. So we can teach them, we can advise them, we can advise them on our own. We can buy them tea and advise them as I took the advantage of them. But then still you have to have your mindset. You have to change your own attitude. Nobody from outside can help anyone unless the person who seeks help is interested in getting the help. So that's very important that we can, lots of theoretically idea we can give, but how to implement that? Planning is one thing, but execution of that is equally important, which sometimes I feel that in India, nothing to do with Aligarh Muslim University, in all over India, probably, अरे भाई क्या है कल हो जाएगा काहे घबरा रहे हो? You know, so it happens. So that's my answer to you.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to just come in the middle. I'm very sorry. Madam, you've projected a very, very relevant point. And that is interaction between the teaching community and the students. All I can say is that I have no communication barrier with my students. I am open whenever I am here. The students have access to me every Friday. In fact, they surround me, something which I like very much. After Friday prayers, project their problems, which we try and resolve. Secondly, every Saturday at 3:30 is an open house meeting between the Vice Chancellor and any students or any of the teachers who would like to interact. So let me assure you that I am doing my best to keep the channels of communication open with the students, because they mean everything to us. The university is purely for the students. And if we don't listen to them, then obviously we are not doing our task, our job. I will certainly try and encourage interaction between teachers and students. I also find that lacking. I also get complaints from students that they never see their teachers sometimes. So this is something which has got to be corrected. Of course, it's given in the program. Every teacher is supposed to put in 2 hours of interactive meetings with students, which is supposed to be in the program. And I don't know if that is being followed, but I will check out on it. Progress. I entirely agree that there has to be progress. We are making some progress. It will be slow, but it will be steady. And let me assure the alumni and students of AMU who are sensible enough to have come to attend this session that the administration is totally with you. In fact, if you would have noticed yesterday, I disappeared for some periods of time. I disappeared twice during very, very important sessions which I wanted to attend. That was because of problems created because of lack of communication. And Alhamdulillah, by interceding, by jumping into the fray, which I don't hesitate to do, I love my students being around me, and I tell them I have no fear of them and they should have no fear of me. Because the best way to understand a person's problem is talk to that person. I have been, during my military service, negotiated with all sorts of rascals, insurgents, terrorists, and let me tell you that we always found a way. Now, my students are not rascals. They are good human beings. They are energetic. All that they want to do is steady. So if I have handled rascals, these are very, very easy people to handle. And inshallah, we will succeed. I have no doubts about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Mr. Ali Muhammad Akbar Khan, who is Vice President of our Alumni Association in Bahrain.
Mr. Suhail, Professor Suhail, may I? Hello?
Yeah, there's a comment.
Yeah, yes.
I thought perhaps it would be relevant to, can you hear me? I thought it would be relevant to say what Dr. Zakir Hussain once told us in his speech, which General Dwivedi also said. He said that the definition of a good student is the one who learns more from the teacher than the teacher wishes to teach. And the definition of a good teacher is that he learns from his students. So this is something which is the teachers should bear in mind, just as the students should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Sahab, respected teachers, respected guests, and students, Assalamu alaikum. It is important to understand the mission and vision before we translate into action. To start, let me first give you the bullet point of vision of 2020 as stated by our respected Vice Chancellor Sahib. The mission of our Vice Chancellor and his belief implements Shakhsiyat vision and imparting modern scientific education, particularly for Millat, AMU to merge as a hub of research and innovative thinking, restoration of minority character, JNMC Medical College to be modernized, Zakir Hussain Engineering College to be same as a repute as a IIT, AMU to become the Green University, to cater the intellectuals, cultural and religious aspiration of Muslim of India, promote study of religions, civilization and culture of India, promote educational and cultural and advancement of Muslim in India. Dear friend, the vision of our Vice Chancellor and his belief, the AMU to the rank #1 university by 2017 and among the top 200 university by 2020. To transform the university into intellectuals powerhouse and restore the primacy in academic world. Now the question is, what will be the role of alumni? Dear friends, in my opinion, the role of alumni is vital to transform the above mission and vision into action. People usually interpret the term payback the time into the financial payback. This is not correct. The role of alumni can never be fulfilled by the financial obligation only. Dear friends, there should not be any doubt that today Algerians are doing wonderful all over the world. Hundreds of alumni are serving in different parts of the world, some of them running their own companies and enterprises. Hundreds of workforce managing the funds and millions of dollars. The expertise and experience they carry with them, it's of immense use and need to be utilized by the university to fulfill its vision. For instance, I personally know hundreds of alumni living in GCC countries such as Bahrain, Saudi Arab, Kuwait, Dubai, who might not have been very good students in Aligarh in terms of academic studies. However, today they are running an enterprises, companies, and hundreds of employees reporting to them. Don't you think the student of the university needs to know their success story? And what exactly clicked the success? How they have reached to place where they are today? Dear friends and respected guests, every alumni is special in his own terms, and every successful alumni career has a long story, which has placed him where he is today. I am sure the student of Aligarh Muslim University can learn lot of from them if some program of interaction is organized by Aligarh Muslim University. Action 1. I would request Alumni Affair Committee to select top 10 alumni from the world and arrange a symposium in the university where they should be invited as a guest speaker. Dear friends, no doubt we are good to producing all-rounder. The needs of our is to produce specialists these days. Those days are gone when companies were hiring individuals and who know everything and they know nothing. These days, every company has got an HR department. Every job and position is defined and marked with certain requirement. Until and unless you have if you have a specialist in the field, you cannot create a Nobel Prize winner. Bahrain alumni are working on the concept for last 10 years, and we have a program where we sponsor the education of those students who are poor, but academically they are brilliant. We take pledge to sponsor the education of such a student till they achieve some eminence. I would also like to request, and I would like to also add here, we are regularly hunting for such a student who are brilliant and dreams to become a star cricketer, film personality, or journalist, etc. I can assure you, we are ready to sponsor the education, training of any of such a student till he gets the degree and gets selected. We need a help of our Vice Chancellor and the university to identify such kind of material kits. Dear friends, we have thousands of alumni spread all over the world, working in different walks of life, but they all have one thing in common, and that is almost all alike have email addresses. Bearing few, none of alumni are connected to Aligarh Muslim University, or they are aware of the happening in the university. Today, internet provide you an easy tools to such as a Yahoo group, where a Yahoo group can be created alumni affair committee and invited all allies to connect for day-to-day news for the university. Although every alumni association in each country is having a group, but they all are limited and run by the local moderator, mostly carrying useless information. We, the Bahrain alumni, would like to suggest Alumni Affair Committee under the banner of AMU to come forward with internet group. This group should be moderated by the university authority, maybe from PRO, where only useful and relevant information is propagated to alumni all over the world. Dear friends, अभी हाल ही में वाइस चांसलर साहब ने हमारा दावतनामा कबूल किया और नवंबर में आप तशरीफ लाए। हमने आपसे वादा किया था कि हम अपनी तरफ से कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे और यूनिवर्सिटी को डोनेट करेंगे। हमारे दो मिशन हैं। पहला कमिटमेंट जो हमने वाइस चांसलर साहब से किया था स्मार्ट क्लासेस के लिए, उसकी पहली किस्त एलुमनाई मेंबर्स की तरफ से आज हम वाइस चांसलर साहब को दे देंगे। दूसरा, हमारा अपना मानना ये है कि जब मदद की बात आएगी, मॉनिटरिंग सपोर्ट की बात आएगी अलीगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी से, वी बिलीव दैट फर्स्ट वी शुड कंट्रीब्यूट, then we should go and ask for the sponsorship to others. Now we would like, we going to organize a businessman meet in Bahrain, where we would like to again invite our vice chancellor, और वहाँ पर हम बहरीन के जो टॉप 50 बिजनेसमैन हैं उनके साथ वाइस चांसलर साहब की मुलाकात कराना चाहते हैं, जहाँ से हमें बड़ी उम्मीद है कि हमें बड़ी मदद मिल सकती है। तो वाइस चांसलर साहब, एक छोटी सी कोशिश जो हमारे चंद मेंबर्स ने अभी की है, एक स्मार्ट क्लास का मुझे उन्होंने चेक दे दिया है जो मैं आपको अब हैंड ओवर कर दूंगा, और दूसरा स्मार्ट क्लास का चेक के लिए अप्रैल में हम आपको ट्रांसफ़र कर देंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
So the first check, which is being donated by Bahrain Association, is being handed over to our Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Ali Akbar Sahab. Now I request Professor Anil Pradhan to please speak for a few minutes and express yourself, please. And Janab Hassan Kamal Sahab will introduce Professor Anil Pradhan.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मैं आपके सामने दो शख्सियतों को पेश करना चाहता हूँ। एक है डॉक्टर सुल्ताना नहर, खड़ी होइए आप, प्लीज़ स्टैंड अप, एंड दूसरे हैं डॉक्टर अनिल प्रधान। एक्चुअली आपको एक सिंड्रेला की मैं एक तरह की कहानी सुनाना चाहता हूँ, जिसका नतीजा ये लोग हैं। डॉक्टर सुल्ताना नहर ये है प्रोफेसर ओहायो स्टेट में। इनके दिल में एक ख्वाहिश पैदा हुई कि जो माइनॉरिटीज़ हैं उनके साइंटिस्ट हमें सर्किट पे नज़र नहीं आते। Let me speak in English because she cannot understand Urdu. You know, she was born in Bangladesh. So she had a feeling that the minority scientists are not seen on the circuit. So she took upon herself to do something about it. What our Vice Chancellor is appealing to us, that's why I want to tell you this story. So she took from her salary some money and began to give scholarship even to Al-Azhar. And then she took a look on the South Asia, of course on India, and then she began to search a university that she thinks will qualify for her mission. She had eyed on Aligarh Muslim University. She couldn't find anyone to get her connected with Aligarh Muslim University. In the search, somewhere or the other, she found me. So she called me and she said, Kamal bhai, main Delhi ja rahi hu, and I am going to be delivering a lecture in Delhi, and I like to go to Aligarh Muslim University and give some scholarships. Two to the students and two to the teachers who are teaching better or best to the students. So I happened to be in India in that time. I said, I will meet you, I will arrange you, and Dr. Wasi Haider was at that time was the dean of the applied physics. So I brought her and set up an interview. If I'm not wrong, you were also there in that meeting. Yeah. So they have, I think the meeting was around 9:30ish, something like that. And when I arrived at the meeting, I see long faces were there. I was thinking that they will be jubilant to receive some money from Dr. Nahar, and we were very, very happy. What happened was the point of difference is she wanted to give the money under certain terms and conditions, and Dr. Wasi said that, well, that money could be used somewhere else. So, and his idea was very good. So when I arrived, and this is the role of the alumni, I said, Dr. Wasi, you have not contacted your alumni. I mean, they will give you that money, I can assure you. Use her money the way she wants. And he said, oh, I did think about it, let it get it done. Dr. Anil was the observer, and he saw the relationship between alumni and the faculty. So when his university got the funding, he was searching for a university in India. This little point was also one of the factors of selecting Aligarh Muslim University. So role of alumni, believe you me, even little sometimes pays the dividend that beyond our expectation. With those words, I am going to introduce Dr. Anil Pradhan.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal, for that wonderful introduction, Mr. Vice Chancellor. And distinguished alumni, I haven't really prepared any detailed remarks, but I do want to talk about something very specific, and hopefully you would find it of some importance and interest as well. I'm going to talk about a project. It's a US-India Educational Foundation project under the Obama-Singh 21st Century Knowledge Initiative. It was a highly competitive it's a highly competitive award that has been given to the joint partnership between the Ohio State University and the Aligarh Muslim University. And the project is to train the next generation of STEM faculty at higher education institutions in India. So in fact, the two universities will lead an effort to work to that, and not just at AMU, but of course throughout India at some point, and I will talk about it a little bit in that. It was a highly competitive competition. Over 100 universities applied for it from the United States, India, and only 4 were in fact selected. There are certain unique features of this program, novel and unique features that I will outline. It's potentially the largest US-India collaboration in the field of higher education, and I will spend a few minutes explaining that point. So STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It is the most important word in education in the United States. Every college, university, and even individual departments are focusing on STEM education on this in the United States. It's that important, educational research. In India, it is of paramount importance because we need to build the scientific and technological base in the entire country, which with all due respect to the IITs, and I have a number of collaborations with nearly all the IITs and the top institutes, with all due respect to them, the scientific and technological base in India does not exist to world-class standards at this point. So it's not simply to train STEM faculty, but to train them to world-class standards. That really is the aim. And we've been traveling around the country, and we found that the status of the next generation of science, technology, engineering, mathematics faculty is in fact going the wrong way, because as you know, tens of thousands of engineering colleges or business colleges have been, and universities have been started. They elect the faculty and they hire inadequately trained faculty. So here it is, the project aims to establish world-class faculty standards. And that really is the important point. So having won this award with considerable commitments by the Ohio State universities of well over $1 million in cost share, and eventually perhaps a larger amount by AMU, and its cost share includes faculty time and so on, as well as funding from the United States India Educational Foundation, we have founded a Center of Excellence for STEM Education Research at AMU. It was inaugurated November 11th, 2013 by a high-level delegation from Ohio State University, and it is now established at the AMU campus. The aim of this center is, in fact, to select in the first batch 4 students, graduate students, advanced graduate students who are in our PhD, are fairly advanced in the research project as PhD students. They'll be selected and they'll spend 1 year at Ohio State University as part of a dual degree program. So remember, we're training world-class faculty here. We're not simply training faculty. This is not simply an exchange program or a scholarship program, or does not rely on donations, contributions, although all are subsumed by the project. So it's a dual degree program, 1 degree from AMU, obviously, a PhD or an advanced graduate degree, and the other one from Ohio State University, a bona fide degree, a Master's of Science, a Master's of Education with STEM specialization. So they will be earning 2 degrees, and after that they will be qualified probably as the best faculty members in all of India. So the center is now operational. Sultana Nahar and myself are interviewing the students. 12 of your best students are being interviewed right now as we speak, and it's one of the reasons that we are here. It's a 3-year pilot project, and we plan to expand it to further batches of students as well as to other universities in India. This is a national model. In addition to that, we are engaged in the center sponsors several other activities. For example, just in approximately 10 days' time, there's going to be a nanotechnology conference organized primarily by Professor Alim Naqvi, and the center, the STEM Education Research Center, is a co-sponsor of that conference, and there are a number of other projects that we are launching. So the point is that with this partnership, Ohio State University is by the way, the largest university in the United States. AMU ranks now number 2 in universities in India. So this is the only partnership that has 2 largest universities from the United States and India, and the scope is so broad, STEM. It doesn't get any broader than this: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And do remember, this is the most important word in education today in the world. And this is a novel and unique experience to train undergraduate faculty, to teach undergraduate students to world-class standards. So digital education forms a part of it, smart classrooms form a part of it, and all of that is in the works at this time, even as we speak, right here at AMU as a result of this. And The next step, of course, is to take it nationally. So with this project, AMU has the potential to exercise leadership for all Indian universities, IITs notwithstanding. And one hears a lot about the IITs. So as I said, IITs are very narrowly specialized institutions. They are not world-class universities. And they probably do not have the potential to be world-class university. AMU does. And I think that there's no doubt in my mind, Mr. Vice Chancellor, that with the support that I've seen over here and the quality of students that you have, that AMU will surely be the first Indian university to be in the top 200 in the world. So this was a very, very brief report. There are a number of aspects to this program. It's a novel and unique program. It doesn't exist anywhere in the world. There's nowhere else in the world have two large universities come together with such an ambitious and a bold initiative. But that's what not just AMU needs, that's what India needs. And I cannot overemphasize this point, but I need to do it as delicately as I can, that India lacks the scientific and technological base that one needs. And I think AMU has the unique and historic opportunity and an obligation in light of history to, in fact, lead the country. Now, just a word about myself. I am not an alumnus of AMU. In fact, my parents left India before I finished high school, so most of my education has been done in Canada, England, and the US, where I've spent most of my life. Nevertheless, I come from a place very close by. I won't go into that. So, but the point is not simply that where I'm from or where Sultana Nahar is from. The point is that AMU represents and contains the potential, and I've seen it in the 12, very specifically, in the 12 students that we are interviewing right now, 12 of your best science students. Unfortunately, we need to choose only 4 of them. That I think AMU has the unique potential for a variety of reasons. So we wrote a 100-page proposal to the US-India Educational Foundation from both sides. So we outlined why we thought AMU was the best Indian universities to participate in this project. And the project was funded and in a very highly competitive environment, as I said. So with that, I think what I would like to do is I would just ask my colleague Sultana Nahar to say just a few words. I know time is short and I don't like to take too much time, but if she can say just a few words on a broader aspect of this, which is quite relevant to this, because she is internationalized. She's engaged in internationalizing the project, which would then feed back to AMU through students. And that is a very important point. Okay, Sultana.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, first I'd like to say it was so impressive to listen to all the talks. There's so much unity, strength, and the work being done by Amu Alumni Association. My hearty congratulations for all those things. Okay, whatever Anil explained, he said the details. Maintains that, out of these 12 students, all of them are so talented, we will accept all of them. But there are also other teaching parts, only 4 will be selected. So remaining 8 will be here. And we like to continue this project for the second year and second batch and third batch. And also we like to continue this center of OSU AMU Center of Excellence. And since you are so supportive, I hope that you will support this effort. Okay. Not only that, this program is so unique and novel that anybody listens to or hears about this program get interested. I'm going to Saudi Arabia leading a delegation for Ohio State University, for Ohio State University, where I will be talking about this program. So I've been in contact with 3 universities of Saudi Arabia who have invited me to talk about this program as well as give some lectures. Also, there are some universities in Turkey who are also interested. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to go there or not in this summer. Okay, so that is about the program that please support. In addition, I would just like to make few comments from the, what I have heard so far. I like to say that I didn't know so much about Aligarh. You are so much talented, so successful. Something is impressive, but rest of the India doesn't know about it. We have been traveling quite a bit. We went to Bangalore, various institutions, Mumbai, and Delhi, other places. Aligarh is unique, but they don't know Aligarh. I would like to ask you, please represent yourself in other parts of India so that an OSU Indian professor doesn't say, where is Aligarh? You have to represent yourself all parts of India. I'd like to make another comment. So I'm not racist, but I have seen something, and this time I had the opportunity to travel many places of India. I see Aligarh is doing so well. It is impressive. I feel proud of it because I'm also Muslim. I feel good about it, very good about it. But in those places, the universities I went, there are places and they're very good. Not a single Muslim professor, not a single Muslim graduate student. I would ask, please encourage the children and everyone to go to school. Indian government is very supportive. It has a lot of money to support education and research. Please encourage all these Muslim kids and not only finish their high school, also go to graduate school and get PhDs. Education is very important. You don't say anyone in Mumbai, don't keep your children here. Let them go all over in India and represent. Be part of it. You are Indians too, like any other Indian. So you should be everywhere, like other people. Okay, so this is one. The other thing I like to say, because I was very much impressed by the talk, Tahsin Beg, really impressive. We have a society, it's called International Society of Muslim Women in Science. We have members from 25 countries. And I would like all the Muslim women in science in this hall or also outside on campus to be member of this society. It is a free membership. Okay, so I can give my card, also email address. Please be member of this society. The other is that I'm also working for American Physical Society. I'm a physicist, and also I'm in the executive committee of something called Forum of International Physics. It is a division of American Physical Society. So for 2 years of effort to bring Asian physicists and Arab physicists to this society is working right now. I'm able to bring a lot of people, like if I have connection with physicists from 18 countries who are becoming member, and because of now this effort, everyone is becoming member, free member, where the a membership fee is $140 per year. But it is not only the money, it is the opportunity. American Physical Society is the biggest network, and it's very powerful. There are a lot of opportunities for interaction, presentations, also getting recognitions, and also grants. So if you are any physicist here who work in physics-related work, please contact me, and I would like to send information how to become a free member of American Physical Society. With all this, I just like to finish here. I heard a lot of comments. I don't want to take up time because it's already noon, but I like to thank everyone for listening to me, and Hassan Kamal Bhai, actually, he made a change for me. I'm so sorry that I cannot understand Urdu. I'm trying hard, and I'm picking up words, but I don't know what he said to physics department. I just listened, and I could see people are changing, his way of talking is so impressive, and so, I don't know, so effective, and I always thank him for doing that for me. Thank you. I pray all the best for you.
Thank you, Dr. Rihanna. Now I request the chairman of this session, Janab Habib Jawahar Zubairi Sahab, to please speak a few words from there itself.
Assalamu alaikum. I must confess this is the first occasion that I have attended any alumni meeting. And it is my great regret that I could not attend the meetings before this occasion. The speaker last evening talked about the activities of Aligarh at his time, and may I add one or two of my own, in my own knowledge. There was a gentleman who, after about 10 years, passed his BA examination. And when somebody sent a letter to his address saying Amanullah BA Ali, his own father, a landlord, asked him, बेटे, ये तुम तो अली BA पढ़ा करते थे, ये अली क्या है? तो उन्होंने कहा, अब्बाजान, BA में तो मैं बहुत पहले पास हो गया था, मैं अली में फेल हो जाया करता था. Also, there were students from across the border. In those days, India was one country, and there were a lot of students from frontier province. They were long, tall, and big people. They were living in the VM hall, and their room was named as Fil Khana. When I joined the university, the vice chancellor was Dr. Sir Ziauddin Ahmed. He initiated the formation of the medical college, and a lot of funds were raised. And many of the speakers this morning, might be the old students of the medical college here. So this was a great service that he did, not only in the through medical college, but also he used to try and find jobs for young students of Aligarh Muslim University. He did quite a lot of work. And then he was followed by Dr. Zakir Hussain. And Dr. Zakir Hussain very kindly wrote to me when I informed him that I had passed my doctorate in Sorbonne University in Paris. He said, "Tamam कामयाबियाँ पीछे नहीं होती हैं, सब आगे होती है, ये आप रखिए इसका और आइंदा कोशिश करते रहिए कि और आगे बढ़ें." The impact of education gives one a better quality of life. And we have to try and create and develop the compassion, the tolerance, and moderation, above all moderation. Moderation in our actions and in our thoughts. You see, we don't choose to be born in any community or any religion or any culture. Birth is an accidental process. One can be born in any community, in any religion. What is needed is moderation and tolerance. And that is why the secular environment that the Vice Chancellor is trying to create in the university is very important. I was reading in the paper Times of India in Aligarh on the Times of India of 20th February, and it said that National Accreditation Council, NACC, according to them, only 11% universities in India are A grade, 71% are B grade, and the remaining 18% are C grade. 89% of all the NACC universities are average or worse. So in this context, the efforts to bring the Aligarh University among the top few, if not the top, by the year 2017 is a very good landmark, and I hope it will achieve that. One has to have the aspirations, high aspirations, and try to achieve them. A few failures should not discourage. If we continue and persist and persevere, then there is no goal which is beyond our reach. After the failures or non-achievement of a thing, I'm reminded of a couplets. हवादिस के मुकाबिल मुस्कुराना मेरी फितरत है, मुझे नाकामियों पर अश्क बरसाना नहीं आता। निगाहें जिसकी जम जाती हैं मुस्तकबिल के चेहरे पर, उसे माजी की बेरहमी का दोहराना नहीं आता। So we have to aim high and should not be discouraged by a few disappointments and should persevere. My wish is every success to all the students of the university, and I hope there will be good understanding between them and the teachers, and the teachers will try to teach them and learn from their students, just as the students will try to learn from their teachers more than they want to teach. See, certain fields of knowledge which are very important in this world of today, the fields like cosmology, astrophysics, and the efforts to create fusion, energy, unlimited energy, that in some parts of the world they are trying to create temperatures as high as that of sun and stars. I think in South Korea and in America, and of course in Japan, they have arrived very nearly to those temperatures. And if that fusion occurs, which will occur hopefully by the year 2030 or 2035, I won't be around here, but the young students should be there, and they will reap benefits from such discoveries. And one talks of the interplanetary travels, bypassing the black holes. One of our, which was made here in India, is on its way to Mars. And I think in the next few months, by August or September, it will reach there. So these fields, which are the current fields and the fields of future, those are the ones which really should engage the students, the research students of this university. It should not lag behind any other university and should achieve these higher goals and bring laurels to their alma mater. Whatever progress we do, any one of us, makes not only our family proud, but our university and our country proud. So I hope that the students of today will engage in these fields of research and will form a name for themselves and will achieve all the advantages that come with it. And they would provide a cause of pride to their university. I'm grateful that I had this opportunity to say these few words, and I'm very happy that I could participate in this alumni meeting. And if I'm still alive in the next few years, then I shall try to engage in the future meetings as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Janab Habib Jawahar Zubairi Sahab. You have taken pains to come from UK, and we were privileged to have you in this meeting. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Zamiruddin Shah Sahab, for his presidential remarks.
Assalamu alaikum. Our honored alumni, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Dr. Habib Zubairi for being present with us and being the chief guest of this session. I'd also like to thank Dr. Tazeen Beg for a very fine presentation on Sir Sayyad's vision. You all hopefully have read Vision 2020, that is keeping in line with what Sir Sayyad envisioned for this great university. I'd like to also thank Dr. Masood Akhtar. I agree with him that these sessions should have been more densely attended by our students. I mean, they've missed out on something which would stand them in good stead right through their lives. They've been very, very educative sessions. Of course, we believe in unity and not uniformity. The International Advisory Board, inshallah, will be formed. We will make sure. We got to reach out. This was the first step under General Dwivedi, but we'll have this board. I also want to thank the commitment of the alumni from America who have contributed so generously for the smart classrooms. There's a buzz in the air that I'm pocketing 10% of the money we received. This is by people who have pocketed all their lives and cannot believe that anything can be done clean. But let me assure you that it is all in the bank, it is all managed by General Dwivedi, it is all on the net, so even if I wanted to, I couldn't pocket it. The Center for Entrepreneurship, we'll take it seriously. Bollywood stars. I did try and tempt my brother to come, but he had commitments in Pakistan, where he's trying to improve Pakistani cinema. But inshallah, he has promised, and so will a lot of other Bollywood stars. I think that should draw the students to these meetings. I would like to thank him for his personal contribution of $3,000 for our School of the Visually Challenged. I think it is a very, very generous donation, and we are very grateful, sir. As far as Dr. Fazal Khan is concerned, from Washington, interaction between teachers and students, interaction between alumni and students, these are very, very important. I realize the importance. Next meeting, inshallah, there'll be full halls. I'll make sure of that. Personality development programs, we are trying to do it. If I found time, I would devote a lot of time to my students on this, provided they leave me free and let me do my work. But I promise them that I will. It is on my agenda. Our students are so smart. They are so knowledgeable. They need a few tips, and they need to improve their communication skills, and they'll have no problems, inshallah. I'd like to also thank Dr. Ali Muhammad Akbar for his very, very valuable contribution from the alumni of Bahrain. And lastly, I would like to thank you for being so patient, and thank everybody for their very, very fine contributions. I'd also like to announce that during my visit to Dubai, one of the alumni, Mrs. Sabah Naqvi, she was not carrying a checkbook, but she removed her gold bangles and gave them to me. I don't want to sell it to a goldsmith, because that will only fetch me the price of gold. No, there's a greater value. There's this great attachment, this great love for AMU. So what we've decided that we'll auction them. We will, I don't know if this is the right time, or Govind, what time would you suggest? All right. So, okay, so tomorrow in the valedictory function, sir, will you be there? Tomorrow, sir?
We will be here only in the morning for...
Okay, so, all right, let's give it a try. Professor Javed Akhtar, Sabia, will you please hand over the gold bangles to... Yes.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। वाइस चांसलर साहब ने एक बड़ी ही जज्बाती जिम्मेदारी मेरे कांधों पर डाली है। ग़ालिबन वाइस चांसलर साहब के इस अमल को इस तरह बयान किया जा सकता है कि खून दिल दे के निखारेंगे खून दिल दे के निखारेंगे रुखे बरगे गुलाब, खून दिल दे के निखारेंगे रुखे बरगे गुलाब, हमने गुलशन के तहफ़्फ़ुज़ की कसम खाई है। बाकायदा कसम खाने के बाद वाइस चांसलर साहब ने ये एक बीड़ा उठाया है। जैसे कि अभी आपने फरमाया कि आप और आपकी अहलिया दुबई में तशरीफ़ रखते थे, उसने एक अजीब वाक़े की याद दिलाई कि जब सर सैयद अलैहिर्रहमत कमोबेश 150 साल पहले बनारस में चंदा इकट्ठा करने के लिए अपनी झोली फैलाए हुए थे, तो उनके दामन में एक शख्स ने मिट्टी डाल दी। तो आप अलैहिर्रहमत ने फरमाया कि ये मिट्टी हमारी इमारत के बनाने के काम आ जाएगी। अल्लाह का शुक्र है कि वाइस चांसलर साहब के दामन में लोगों ने मिट्टी तो नहीं डाली, लेकिन एक मोहतरमा ने, हम सब जानते हैं, मैं भी जानता हूँ, बहुत सी औरतें खातून यहाँ बैठी हैं, कि एक औरत को अपने जेवर कितने अजीज़ होते हैं। उनके पास चेकबुक नहीं थी तो उन्होंने अपने जेवर उठा करके वाइस चांसलर साहब के हवाले कर दिए। और आपने बहुत सही फरमाया कि अगर एक गोल्ड स्मिथ को ये हवाले कर दिए जाएंगे तो इनकी इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू तो मिल जाएगी, लेकिन उन खातून को, सबा नकवी साहिबा को, असल मानों में उनके जज्बात की कदर नहीं होगी। उनके जज्बात की असल कदर जब होगी कि उन्होंने तो अपना नाम तारीख़ में ये कह के रकम करा लिया कि उन्होंने यूनिवर्सिटी में चंदा देने के लिए अपने जेवरात कुर्बान किए। अब देखना यह है कि हम में से कौन इस तारीख़ में रकम अपना नाम कराएगा कि किसने इनको ख़रीदा। बेहतर ये होगा कि उनके हाथों से उतरे हुए कंगन हम में से ही किसी एक अलुमनाई के नाम हो जाएं, और उसके यकीनन जो भी इसमें हाईएस्ट बिड देगा। अगर उन मुहतरमा के बारे में एक और बात कही जाए तो ग़ालिबन बहुत ही उनके लिए थोड़ा सा कम से कम इंसाफ हो सकता है कि चूँकि वो, उन पर यहाँ का कर्ज़ नहीं है, उसके बावजूद भी कि मिट्टी की मोहब्बत में हम आशुफ्ता सरोने, आशुफ्ता से मुराद वो है जो फैनेटिक जिसे कहिए, जो पूरे तरीके से, एक तरीके से किसी काम को डेडिकेशन से करे, और यहाँ की ओल्ड गर्ल हैं, तो मिट्टी की मोहब्बत में हम आशुफ्ता सरों ने वो कर्ज़ उतारे हैं जो वाजिब भी नहीं थे। अब आप सोच लीजिए कि लोग जब इस सब के लिए तैयार हैं तो क्या ही खूब होगा कि ये हम में से ही किसी एक के पास रहें। मुख्तसर से इसके बिट्स के 2-3 रूल्स मैं आपके सामने अर्ज़ कर दूं कि इन जो बैंगल्स हैं उनकी जो वज़न है वो एक रफ़ एस्टिमेट उसका ये है कि शुड बी अबाउट 4 तोलाज से अबाउट कॉस्टिंग अबाउट 120 150 समवेयर बिटवीन 120 एंड 150,000 रुपीज़। कमोबेश 1,20,000 से लेकर के 1,50,000 तक उनकी कीमत हो सकती है। लिहाजा उसकी बेस प्राइस जो तय की गई है वो 1,50,000 रुपये हैं। दूसरी चीज़ जो इसमें ऑक्शन में बोली लगाई जाएगी उसके लिए रिक्वेस्ट है कि दैट शुड बी इन द मल्टीपल ऑफ 10,000 रुपीज़। ऐसा ना हो कि मैं कहूँ 1,50,000 1, 1,50,000 10, तो उनके जज्बात की कदर रखते हुए जो इसकी हायर बोली भी होगी तो वो 1,50,000 और उसके बाद 10,000 के मल्टीपल में होगी। तीसरी चीज़, जो साहब भी सबसे पहले अपना नाम इसमें लिखाना चाहेंगे, बिड करना चाहेंगे, मैं सुहेल साबिर साहब से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि मेरे बराबर तशरीफ़ लाएँ, उनका नाम, उनका एसोसिएशन क्या एफिलिएशन है वो मुख्तसर सा नोट कर लें, और उसके बाद जो भी वक्त, जितनी भी मुद्दत वो चाहेंगे उस कीमत को देने में 2 दिन 3 दिन जो भी वक्फा वो चाहते हैं उसमें वो कीमत अदा कर दी जाएगी, और उसके बाद में वो बैंजल जो हैं उनके हवाले कर दी जाएंगी। ये भी मुमकिन है कि वाइस चांसलर साहब तमाम बिट्स आने के बाद ये तय करें कि इतनी बिट नहीं आई जो हमें इम्कान था कि जिसमें फ़रोख्त की जाएगी, तो उसको हम कल के लिए भी मुलतवी कर सकते हैं। अब मैं अपनी हैसियत को बखूबी जानता हूँ और अपनी फ़ाइनेंशियल कंडीशन को बखूबी जानता हूँ। मैं ये ख़रीद नहीं पाऊँगा, लेकिन ख़रीदारों की लिस्ट में अपना नाम लिखवाना चाहता हूँ। लिहाजा पहली बिड मेरी तरफ से 1,60,000 रुपये। वाइस चांसलर साहब ने 3 लफ्ज़ फरमाए थे, टैलेंट, टाइम, ट्रेजरर, तो तीसरे की बात हो रही है। प्लीज़, बहुत से लोग तशरीफ़ फरमाए हैं, नॉट इन दी ओनली इन द मल्टीपल ऑफ 10,000 रुपीज़, 2 lakhs, वेरी ट्रू। may I kindly know your name please? फरीद खान साहब, एडवोकेट, 200,000 रुपीज़। 2,50,000 रुपीज़। जनाब रईस अहमद साहब, 250,000 रुपीज़। I should rather be little displeased with me. I put it in the multiple of 10,000. Had I put it in the multiple of 50,000 rupees, we have been better off. Thank you so much, रईस साहब, 250,000 रुपीज़। ये वाकई में मोहतरमा को खराज तहसीन होगा कि जिसने चेकबुक न होने की सूरत में फौरी तौर पर अपने कंगन निकाल के वाइस चांसलर साहब के हवाले किए। बहुत बेहतर होगा कि ये हम में से ही किसी के पास रहें। It's not a question of 250,000 rupees or the intrinsic value, as Vice Chancellor Sahab has said, is the kind of value that we attach to that kind of sentiments. रईस साहब 2,50,000 रुपये। वक्त की किल्लत है, इससे पहले कि वाइस चांसलर साहब ये ऐलान करें कि आज इसको यहीं फ्रीज़ किया जाता है, दोबारा कल शुरू करेंगे, बेहतर है और कुछ लोग मुज़ाहरा करें। आसिफ है, आसिफ के भाई हैं, क्या नाम है? आदिल। Let yes, what has been the spirit behind it, let it be given to the highest bidder. So there are two views now. One, let it be given to the highest bidder. Second, at the same time, provided the bidder is prepared to let it retain in the university.
That's not a precondition.
That's not a precondition. Sir, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will give it to the highest bidder. It is not a precondition that you present it back, but we would value it if you do consider it.
Right. This is wonderful, this thing. With the name of bidder, with the name of one who bought it. Initially, yes, correct. So the last bid as of now is 250,000 rupees. Yes, please. Salahuddin Quraishi Sahab. Yes, please. 300,000 rupees by Qutbuddin Sahab. Qutub Rahman Khan Sahab. 300,000. You wish to?
Yeah, I just want to say the word about it. If you allow me. Sir, regarding the bidding itself, yes, sir. मोज़ेज़ भाई चांसलर साहब, अगर मेरी इस्तेदाद होती तब भी मैं इन पर बोली नहीं लगाता। अलबत्ता इस कदर आपकी खिदमत में अर्ज़ है कि अभी बिड हुई थी 3 लाख रुपए। 3 लाख रुपए मैं इसमें मज़ीद अपनी जानिब से बग़ैर ख़रीदे हुए इसमें अर्ज़ करता हूँ। सो प्लीज़ 3 लाख रुपीज़ फ्रॉम माई साइड मे बी एडेड टू इट। थैंक यू सर।
So we have 300,000 rupees from Qutub Rahman Sahab, an equal contribution from Janab Professor Salahuddin Quraishi Sahab. Shall we freeze it here or do we wait? Okay, fine. Yes. But one should not at the same time increase the proportionate contribution of Janab Professor Salahuddin Quraishi Sahab. He will be in a great difficulty if somebody raises it to 50,000 rupees. His contribution will be confined to, yes, 3,50,000 rupees. 3,50,000 plus 3. Okay. Last bid, I'll call it 2 more times. 350 plus 3, 350 plus 3, 400,000 rupees. 400,000 rupees plus 3. That is a total of 7 lakh. Yes. 5 lakh rupees. ये क्या नाम है इनका? बॉम्बे के रईस साहब ने 5 लाख रुपए से इन जज्बात की कदर की। जैसे वाइस चांसलर साहब ने फरमाया, ये रुपया वाकई में नहीं है जिससे इसकी कदर की जा रही है। दरअसल कदर उन जज्बात की है जिनसे मोहतरमा ने उनको अपने हाथों से निकाल करके वाइस चांसलर साहब के हवाले किया और यूनिवर्सिटी की खिदमत करना चाहिए। प्रोवाइडेड इट्स नॉट ए प्री कंडीशन, इट्स नॉट ए प्री कंडीशन। ये उनकी मिल्कियत हो गई, शरन एतबार से उनकी मिल्कियत है। अगर वो चाहें अपनी खुशी से
एक बिड और है, बिड बढ़ा के नहीं है। 3 लाख जो उन्होंने दिया था उसमें 50,000 ओपी श्रीवास्तव साहब हिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट से जोड़ना चाहते हैं।
बायर, यस, अप टू द बिड। एक और ऐलान है, हाईएस्ट बिड के साथ 300,000 रुपीस जनाब कुरैशी साहब के, अनदर 50,000 रुपीज हम बना रहे हैं।
सर, वेलकम टू ऑल डेलीगेट्स। आई एम डॉक्टर ओपी श्रीवास्तव फ्रॉम हिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट। मेरी इतने औकात तो नहीं खरीदने की, लेकिन सिर्फ एक टोकन ऑफ लव, टोकन ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट 50,000 रुपीज उस अमाउंट में
शामिल कर देंगे। ग्रेट, थैंक यू सो मच सर। सुहेल साहब इसको लिख करिए। ये से सी आप बताइए। नहीं, ओपी श्रीवास्तव हो गया, इनका कितना दूसरे वालों का? 5 लाख था ना पहले का? नहीं, कुतुब रहमान साहब ने नहीं, कुतुब रहमान साहब का 5 लाख था। हाँ, यस प्लीज।
स्टूडेंट अभी यहाँ से गया जर्मनी में, तो ये 1 लाख रुपए उसमें और ऐड करना चाहते हैं।
लास्ट बिट कुतुब साहब की है ना, 5 की?
हाँ, 5 की उसमें सब तो
5
लाख रईस, 5 लाख रईस कुतुब नहीं,
5 लाख कुतुब साहब के हैं,
कुतुब के नहीं रईस साहब
बाद में हुए।
बाद में कुतुब साहब ने 3 लाख रहे थे।
यस प्लीज।
My name is Shahrikh Khan. I am 98 batch pass out. So please add 1 lakh rupees from my side. Thank you.
किस नाम से?
एडिशन।
हाँ, किस नाम से? जनाब शारिक साहब की तरफ से जो भी हाईएस्ट बिड होगी उसमें अनदर 100,000 रुपीस। सॉरी, अभी और लोग इसमें एडिशन करना चाहते हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इन तब सारे एडिशंस को अगर ऐड किया जाएगा तो गालिबन बिट को एक्सीड कर जाएगा। इज समथिंग। आइए तशरीफ लाइए।
जावेद साहब,
सर,
in between Dr. Zubairi required no prompting and he has generously contributed pounds 3,000.
जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। बहुत खुशी है कि ये चीज़ हमारे फोरम के ज़रिए दुबई से आई है और यहाँ पर छाई है। हम दरख्वास्त करते हैं सारे अलमनाई से और फोरम जितनी भी मौजूद है, हर फोरम के जानिब से एडिशनल 1 लाख रुपीस दिया जाए। दुबई अलमनाई फोरम की तरफ से 1 लाख एडिशनल, जो भी बीट हो उसमें 1 लाख, और हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं अमेरिका, लंदन, हर अलमनाई से प्लस 1 लाख दें। ये मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है। दुबई से 1 लाख कमिटेड।
दुबई एसोसिएशन 1 लाख, बहरेन एसोसिएशन 1 लाख। Last bid is still 500,000 rupees. जी, Bahrain Association has been accounted for 500,000 rupees. So shall we close it at 500,000 rupees? Shall we, in a sense, lock it? Vice Chancellor Sahib is about to come. The moment he reaches here, it will be 500,000 rupees will be closed the moment. Yes, slow down. So you still have some time to. Sir, please, आप freeze कर दीजिए.
Okay.
Please come.
Right. The deal is closed, and Qutub Saab, we thank you. Raees Saab, shukriya, jazakallah. Acha. And thanks all the alumni for adding. Now all this is going to be written on a plaque. Ji, Raees Saab. All of this, the highest bidder and the individual contributions made by others who felt they could contribute to the cause. So let me tell you that this has been an amazing auction. I have never witnessed anything like this, and thank you all very much. And thank you. Would like to say something?
Sir,
this, I mean, without even having seen them, he's put in a bid. We are really very grateful.
एक सेकंड सर बस.
अमेरिका से भी कुछ पैसे आएंगे.
अच्छा, हाँ जरूर जरूर जरूर.
अमेरिका से भी कुछ पैसे आएंगे. जरूरत नहीं. अमेरिका से कुछ पैसे आएंगे.
ये लोग उसको वो करना चाहिए. आ जाइए सर, आ जाइए. पहले ये हो जाए, पहले ये इसका हो जाए, उसके बाद में आइए सर, आइए. सर रईस साहब कुछ कह देंगे इनके लिए?
मैं असल में अनाउंस करने वाला था, मगर
नहीं आप करेंगे बिल्कुल. अब हम अनाउंसमेंट कैसे रोक देंगे हम? नहीं रईस साहब कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं.
नहीं. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. बेशक इसकी कोई कीमत नहीं हो सकती है, किसी की इमोशंस की, जज्बात की कोई कीमत हो ही नहीं सकती है. पर जब मुझे बाइसन साहब दिखा रहे थे, यकीन करें मेरी आंखों में आंसू आ गए थे उन मोहतरमा के लिए जिन्होंने इतनी जज्बात के साथ ये चीज़ दी यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए. कितनी बेपनाह मोहब्बत होगी उनके लिए, मेरी आंखों में भी आंसू आ रहे हैं. तो इसकी कोई कीमत हो ही नहीं सकती. तो मैं चाहूँगा ये बादशाह साहब यहाँ पर अपने म्यूजियम में रखें इसके लिए, ताकि और लोगों को भी इसके लिए मोटिवेट हो और हो. और हम सब में ऐसे ही जज्बात पैदा हों. ये यूनिवर्सिटी सिर्फ एक ईंटों की यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं है. एक हमारी जैसी हमारी माँ कैसी होती है इस तरह की है, जिस तरह से हम हमारी माँ का कर्ज कभी चुकता नहीं कर सकते हैं, इसी तरह से हम इस यूनिवर्सिटी का कर्जा कभी ज़िंदगी भर चुका सकते हैं. शुक्रिया.
एक मिनट के लिए
सर मैं एक मिनट. सर मेरा नाम नौशाद अहमद अंसारी है, मैं जियोलॉजिस्ट हूँ और मेरा जो कैंप है वहाँ चल रहा है इंटीरियर में ललितपुर एक जगह. तो मैं आपसे अर्ज ये कर रहा हूँ, जब मैं चला इसी जब मैं एल्यूमनी अटेंड करने के लिए चला तो मुझे रात को 2 बजे निकलना था. मैंने अपने स्टाफ से कहा कि मुझे 2 बजे गाड़ी तैयार रखना, ड्राइवर सर्वेंट्स वगैरह सब, और मुझे ड्रॉप करेंगे. मेरी ट्रेन 5 बजे थी रेलवे स्टेशन से, भोपाल से आती थी, वो मुझे आना था. तो मैं आपसे अर्ज ये कर रहा हूँ कि वो एक मेरा ड्रिलिंग ऑपरेटर था, वो बहुत बड़ा बुजुर्ग आदमी था. उसने कहा अंसारी साहब ये कोहरा बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया है और आप ये ड्राइव नहीं कर पाएंगे, 80 किलोमीटर को आपको चलने में 7 घंटे लग जाएंगे. तो मेरी ये दरख्वास्त है आप पहले ड्राइव करें. 10 बजे आप यहाँ से चले जब ज़्यादा, मैंने 10 तो इज़ टू मच. तो 12 बजे हम लोग निकले. मैं आपसे अर्ज ये कर रहा हूँ, यकीन करें मैं अपने दिल की गहराइयों से बता रहा हूँ कि आई पुट माई लाइफ एट स्टेक टू रीच टू दिस समिट. Had it been a call from my family, I would not have gone. Had I disclosed it to my mother, had I disclosed it to my wife, they would have not permitted me to come. But it was my feelings, my emotions, my sentiments that I brought into me. And today, one more thing, sir, one more thing to add, one more please. You know what happened? My reservation was in the morning. I was to take up the train for Bhopal from Agra at 9 o'clock. And I got back to my guest house at 12:30 in the night. What happened? I opened a net and I found the posting from Mr. Shahir Khan, who is my friend, the moderator of AMU Network. So he posted there. He posted this, the live net, website pe. So I opened that thing and I tried to see. So, it took so much, the transformation of the data was so slow. It took my 3, 4, 5 hours and I could not see all through. I could not sleep all the night and I left my train, my train was missed. So it is an opportunity for me that I came and... Shukriya.
Kamal sahab, shukriya. Kamal sahab, aap ऐलान कर दिए, फिर मैं सबका revise करूँगा. I'll reiterate.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. पैसों का मामला है. अमेरिका की जो एसोसिएशंस है, sent collectively through federation $117,000 American to the for the classrooms.
इसको फॉर्मली वाइस चांसलर साहब क्लोज कर चुके हैं. फिर भी रिआइटरेट करने के लिए और इसकी मॉडलिटीज़ को फाइनल करने के लिए ये बताया जाता है कि रईस साहब ने इसको 500,000 हाईएस्ट बिड ऑफर की. और सबसे पहले इस बात की शुरुआत जनाब प्रोफेसर सलाहुद्दीन कुरैशी साहब ने की कि वो इसको ख़रीद नहीं रहे हैं बल्कि एक एडिशनल इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहे हैं. तो इसका क्रेडिट उनको जाता है कि उन्होंने 300,000 रुपीज़ कमिट किए. उसके बाद जनाब ओपी श्रीवास्तव साहब जो हमारे ही वन ऑफ द टीचर्स हैं, उन्होंने 50,000 रुपये कमिट किए. जनाब शारिक साहब ने, दुबई एसोसिएशन ने और बहरीन एसोसिएशन, तीनों ने 1-1 लाख रुपए का कंट्रीब्यूशन किया. आप तमाम हजरात से ये दरख्वास्त है कि एज अर्ली एज पॉसिबल ये चेक्स जो है इन द नेम ऑफ फाइनेंस ऑफिसर अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी और इन द नेम ऑफ AMU अलुमनाई फंड, AMU अलुमनाई फंड के नाम में जितनी जल्दी मुमकिन हो सके इनके चेक्स भेज दें.
3,000 पाउंड आपने उनके नहीं जोड़े. 3,000 पाउंड जुबैरी साहब 3,000 पाउंड.
The 3,000 UK pounds. Yes, close to 250,000 rupees. अच्छा ठीक, इसकी पूरी तफसीलात जो है सुवेनियर में दी हुई हैं कि अकाउंट टाइटल क्या है, अकाउंट का नाम क्या है, और उन सब का बाकायदा ऑफिशियल रिसीट आपको इसका भेज दिया जाएगा और वेबसाइट पर इसको अपलोड कर दिया जाएगा. टोटल सर 1 मिनट देंगे आप?
पाउंड की आज की कीमत नहीं मालूम.
से लेट अस से 250,000 रुपीस. 3 lakh rupees. 3 + 5 8 9 10 100 1 million. इस 1 million ओके 13,50,000 रुपए. 13,50,000 रुपीस, जिसमें 5 लाख रईस साहब का, 1 लाख रुपीस ईच शारिक साहब दुबई एसोसिएशन और बहरीन का, 3 लाख रुपए कमोबेश जुबैरी साहब के, 50,000 रुपए श्रीवास्तव साहब के और 3 लाख रुपए जनाब प्रोफेसर सलाहुद्दीन कुरैशी साहब के. शुक्रिया आप लोगों का बहुत.
एक पाई नहीं दिया आज तक. जी चलिए. Now for 1 minute more for a vote of thanks, and then I would request our Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor to please proceed from this side so that there is a souvenir shop which has been opened and every alumni and everybody who is present here may see that souvenir shop which has been opened, and then we will have a cup of tea. We will reassemble here. I am sorry that the things are delayed because of certain reasons. So now I expect that the session will start after 15 minutes at around 1:10 the session will start, and at 2:10 I have planned it such a way that at 2:10 it will be over, and after that we'll be having lunch. So please join. At 4 o'clock there is going to be inauguration of the e-classroom in the engineering college, and now for vote of thanks by Professor G.G. Dwivedi.
Assalamu alaikum. I think there are certain moments which require no words. The sentiments are so high. I think the sentiment express the defining moment of alumni meet. This is almost the, I would say, climax. And I thank you all for participating in this very important session. God grace, good luck. And if this is the spirit, I think we'll achieve the impossible and be the best. Thank you very much.
There is one more announcement for the alumni. The Club of the Fine Arts has organized a painting exhibition and the demonstration of 3 contemporary Indian artists. Please gather on GC lawns at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
जो ताके हरम में रोशन community and a long tradition for service. As they say, there is no dearth of jazba in the community to give back. So then we wonder, why don't we get that kind of participation? Why don't we get that kind of time, talent, and treasure as the VC has asked for? It's pretty obvious if you think about it, right? A lot of these. Sorry, I need to back 1 second. Right, so a lot of the alumni are very career focused, as they should be. Earning their livelihoods, especially earlier on in their career, is their primary responsibilities. There are oftentimes social and personal commitments that they can't find time from. And in some cases, this is definitely a minority case, but there have been interactions with alumni associations, as well as in some cases the university, where they haven't seen as much of a fruitful interaction in the past, and that essentially turns them off for future engagements. So these are some of the things that could potentially be, and this is my opinion, could be the cause of why we don't see as much interaction from our alumni. So what can we do about this? So one of the things that I'd like to emphasize is that relationship between the alumni and the alma mater is a two-way partnership. As much as the alumni have the ability and intent to give back, whether it's time, ideas, or funds, there is also a little bit of a responsibility on the alma mater's part to make sure that they can facilitate that intake. And this is something that I've learned from my interactions with the Stanford Alumni Association, and how often I get direct calls from graduating seniors who are trying to make a personal connection to me. And this is from a university who has an endowment budget of upwards of $20 billion US. And even so, they reach out to individual alumni, one-on-one, direct phone calls. That sense of connection that you can get when people reach out to you is far more than a general appeal on a website or a notice somewhere. So there are a few things that I've outlined in terms of what the university can do to facilitate sort of taking in and letting the alumni contribute as much as they can. One, there has to be some sort of a base in the university to coordinate all these activities. There has to be action and transparency. I think we all understand the need for that. I'll talk a little bit about that later. Feedback and outreach, how we can make sure that this is a lifelong relationship, not just a one-time donation, not just something that you give or you receive in a function or an event, but there's a continuous, ongoing interaction. And finally, and last but not the least, recognition. And I'll get into a little bit more details on what I mean by recognition. So a base for coordinating all the activities. I think it's a great first step, sir, that you have set up an Alumni Affairs Committee. I think Dr. Masood Akhtar Saab mentioned earlier that there's a need for setting up an Alumni Relations Office. Along the same lines, I'm trying to suggest here that we should have a permanent AMU Alumni Center, which is at Aligarh. And this is something that can sort of be the hub of communicating with all the alumni associations the world over. And it is under the direct leadership of and guidance of AMU officials. That sense of when you can make that connection directly and see the progress and the results by people who make AMU policy will have a much more lasting impact on the effectiveness of an organization and all alumni outreach. And the need for a center like this is because this is serious work. It requires a lot of effort and time. And so the question comes in, who is going to spend this time? If you need to set up a center for the alumni so that the alumni can give back, is it really worth it? And my premise is that it is actually worth it. It's worth it just like you deposit money in a bank account and it compounds over time. You are essentially building a long-lasting relationship for the future. And that requires work, which means you need to reach out to the people, you need to make sure that their voice is heard, and you need to make sure that you can you can tap into their talent, invite the alumni to brainstorm on programs, set up a specific website, a section on the website dedicated for alumni affairs, managing the alumni contact databases, enabling social media integration. We all know how fast the world is moving, and especially in India, I'm amazed when I come back 3 years later to see everybody has a larger and bigger phone to their hands, and they're tapped into Facebook and WhatsApp. And we at AMU would essentially be building along the lines of the vision that Sir Syed had to sort of have the vision and go and try to follow the latest technology trends and try to see how we can use and leverage that technology to the benefit of the community and the need. And having these kinds of technologies and tools would enable better communication, would enable and facilitate a closer interaction. I think we're making some good progress. AMU's website is far improved than the days when I was an engineering student here. We did have a website back then. It used to work sometimes. But it's far better now, and I think we need to continue to build on that progress. Action and transparency. Results are very important. And it's even more important to make sure that it's clear and it's public, it's accountable. Nothing goes beyond in improving future in ensuring future sponsorships than one completed tangible project. The idea that we have been able to collect certain funds for smart classrooms, you see everybody can understand and associate themselves that, okay, this is what the money is going for. You can have actual interviews of students who are sitting there and utilizing those facilities, and all of those can be fed back into future fundraising efforts. So having those results be both published on the website as well as used as fundraising tools for future fundraising activities is essential. Transparency is also very important, and this is obviously, you know, in India we hear a lot about corruption and stuff. VC Saab also mentioned that despite being so transparent, people are still talking about 10% cases here. So we can't. There's never too much transparency. And especially for international donors, where there's a lot more scrutiny on money trails, it's very important for donors to be able to be comfortable in knowing that their monies are being used for a specific, well-defined, genuine purpose. And this can be done through various means, published as well as on the website, as well as through publications and events. Okay, move on to the next one. Feedback and outreach. So I mentioned this is a great forum for alumni to voice their opinions. I'm doing so right now. But we should also have a way to sort of make that a permanent process instead of a one-time affair. There are a few ideas that I've mentioned here, which again are inspired by things that I have been involved in or I have at least witnessed at Stanford. There's young alumni programs. So you can set up things which is for people who have graduated less than 10 years ago. And oftentimes they have, younger people tend to have more energy, and if they have the right motivations and the right incentives, they would be able to bring in much more energy and enthusiasm to the cause. And there are creative programs that you can engage them by mixing community service with fun, and I'd be happy to talk about more offline if anybody is interested in those. A leaguer in your city. This is a concept where, and again, this is a borrowed idea, but it's a concept where AMU professors can go visit different cities in India. It doesn't have to be outside India. They can visit different cities in India for a day, teach a course, give alumni sort of a reminder of what they used to learn and how sort of the new advancement in the field of their choice is going back. It's another way of making a personal connection with the young alumni as well as not so young alumni, and also making sure that there is a direct connection not just between one or two individuals, but throughout the faculty. And I think, when we look back on our days, some of the things that we remember most are the people that we interacted with, the students who we used to sit down on chungi and drink chai with, or the teachers who inspired us with sort of their hard work and their ability to teach us. And I think if you can rekindle that connection by having teachers visit various cities, have a session in a day where you're talking about a leaguer and there's a session you can talk about, I'm sure you'll engage the alumni more. The summer university is a good example. I think the summer university is the reverse of that, where the alumni come and give lectures to students in India. I think that's a great, great initiative. One of the problems I've seen and heard about that is that it happens in the summer, when a lot of times the student population is not here. They're generally off. So one of the things we can do, or should be done, is to have an year-long series of lectures by visiting alumni. And if you have an AMU Alumni Center, which can coordinate these activities, a lot of us are coming back to Aligarh. We have families here at different times. And trying to coordinate, trying to make sure that everybody comes on a specific time is often hard. But if you can make it an year-long event where you can essentially accept a talk if somebody is interested in giving at any time, that would make that much more, that would be a that much more useful contribution. Yeah, and last but not the least, I think recognition is important. I think human nature craves for recognition. And you may feel surprised that people who have established themselves as successful, often affluent individuals, everybody needs to be recognized. And so, it doesn't have to be a monetary award at all. We can establish non-monetary alumni awards, and both for individual as well as for organizations, whether it is an annual service award or a distinguished service award for a lifetime of work. And I think that would make sort of that motivation factor go even higher, and sort of continue this long-term engagement. And finally, last point on the alumni meet. I think this is great. I think because this is happening after a period of about 5 to 6 years, we need to make this into an annual event. And I think once you make it into an annual event, we can have a place where you can facilitate the alumni. We can have an annual report on the progress from past years. We can even have breakout sessions on area-specific topics that people are interested in. So I think there are a lot of ideas, and I'm glad to see that we're making some good progress in the direction, and I'd be happy to talk about more such ideas if anybody is interested. I think the vision is there. It's time for action. It's action to realize Sir Syed's dream. And I would like to, as I conclude, I'd like to emphasize that there's a lot more that the university can gain by harnessing this potential. And so can the alumni. They can, we all have sort of an inherent need to give back to the community, which has basically made us what we are today. And so I applaud the initiatives led by the VC Sahab. If we can incorporate even some of the ideas shared here today, I'm sure AMU can meet and exceed the vision of 2020, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. Now I request Naushad Ansari Sahab to please speak, but please speak for only 2-3 minutes. Really, we don't have time. I'm sorry, but we are running short of time. So just 2-3 minutes, you express yourself. आप अपने ख्यालात का इजहार करें, जो आप नेट के ज़रिए काफ़ी करते रहते हैं. तो एक कंसर्न अलुमनाई हैं, आप हमेशा नेट पर बहुत सी बातें आप कहते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर आप मुख्तसर तौर पर अपने ख्यालात का इजहार करें, बस चंद मिनट में, प्लीज़.
Eminent Chairman, Alumni Affairs Committee, Mr. Dwadi, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sahab, distinguished guests and friends. I am given to speak only for 2-3 minutes, so it is very difficult to express the feelings of the hearts. But before, I would like to extend the thanks to the convener Mr. Suhail Sabir Sahab for having given me an opportunity to speak to you people at this moment. Before I come to the topic, alumni and this alumni and the university, alma mater interface, I would like to, express my feelings through one couplet of Urdu. This is, फिर नज़र में फूल महके, दिल में फिर शम्मे जली, फिर तसव्वुर ने लिया उसी बज़्म में जाने का नाम. इस ख्याल से, इस जज्बे से मैं इसमें बज़्म में हाजिर हूँ. और मैं जब यहाँ मेरे अलीगढ़ के दिन थे तो उस ज़माने में we used to consider अलीगढ़ as if it is the ocean and the outside world is just like a drop into it. We were so proud of being in Aligarh, but when we went outside, so we thought that Aligarh was, and what is the world outside. But when I came back day before yesterday evening, coming back to the Chaman, beloved Chaman of Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan, having left my hostel in the year 1980, Usmania for SS Hall. So really I thought as if I have come to meet my roots, to meet my mother, to meet my family. This was really my feelings. And एक शेर उर्दू का है, इस तरह है उसमें, फ़र्द कायम रब्ते मिल्लत से है, तन्हा कुछ नहीं, मौज दरिया में है, बैरून दरिया कुछ नहीं. वाकई हम ये महसूस करते हैं अलीगढ़ से बाहर हमारा कोई वजूद नहीं. यहाँ के पता चलता है कि yes, we are having our existence. And second, now I come to the topic. I have got only 2-3 or points just to mention. I have felt that there should be, what I feel like, that there should be an open interaction with the alumni in presence of the vice chancellors and the authorities of the universities, because we are unable to express our feelings, we are willing to the notice to the authorities. So the interaction, the interaction between in the presence of the vice chancellors and amongst all. One, second, the communication or interaction with the students is very, very necessary. We do not find students here. We would like to motivate them, to inspire them, to share our experiences with them. So the lack of interaction with the students, lack of interaction, free interaction with the authorities. Like I wanted to speak something to Vice Chancellor Sahab. I just managed somehow or other to find 2-3 minutes for me. That too, it was very difficult. Later on, I could manage somehow or other. So one more thing, sir, I would like to draw a very, very important point, sir, to this. This is my last, and I will finish with this. I would like to just bring to the kind notice that, in each and every department, we have got a lot of distinguished alumni, spread all over the world. Like geologists, you see, our department has been the very pioneer department in the government of India, in our nation, and we find good geologists everywhere, And likewise engineers, doctors, even administrators, we have a lot of IAS, IPS and all that. So I feel that from wherever department they have, come out, like somebody has come from chemistry or geography or something like this. So in every department, I feel like that there should be a list of the distinguished alumni, and the students studying MSc in geology, okay, MA in geography, the distinguished alumni, they are working at the higher position in the government of India. He must feel encouragement, and for his employability, whenever he goes to the market, he will have a sort of confidence that yes, in this field we have so many recognized alumni from. So in every department should be like. मैं अब ख़त्म करता हूँ आप अपनी बातों को सिर्फ एक शेर के साथ. एक शेर मैं क्योंकि जा रहा हूँ, मेरी अटैची मदी भी रखी है, तो मैं छोड़ रहा हूँ आपका ये बताना. और मेरा एक दोस्त है यहाँ पे, मकसूद साहब, यूनिवर्सिटी में 32 साल के बाद मिले, USA में है वो. और वो जब मिले तो उसने मुझसे कहा कि यू रिकॉग्नाइज मी. मैंने आई फेल टू रिकॉग्नाइज कि आई गिव यू 3 minutes, 1, 2, 3. तो आई फेल, देन ही पुश मी अप saying you bloody don't know I am Maksud. So with this I am going back with the share that आप लोगों के साथ जो वक्त गुजरा है, बहुत हैवी हर्ट्स के साथ जुदाई में चाह रहा हूँ. आपके साथ ये मौसम फरिश्तों जैसा था, आपके बाद ये मौसम बहुत सताएगा. शुक्रिया.
नौशाद अंसारी साहब, आपको मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि आप तशरीफ़ ले जा रहे हैं, वापस जा रहे हैं, लेकिन कल हमारा एलुमनाई स्टूडेंट इंटरेक्शन का एक्सक्लूसिव सेशन है, जिसमें स्टूडेंट्स और एलुमनाई के बीच में डायरेक्ट बात होगी. दूसरी बात, इससे पहले फैसल ने कही थी कि हमने अपनी वेबसाइट को इतना अपडेट कर लिया है कि 18 फरवरी तक यूनिवर्सिटी को मिलने वाला एक पैसे का हिसाब वेबसाइट पर है. एक हफ़्ते के अंदर हम आज तक या कल तक जो भी डोनेशंस होंगे उनको वेबसाइट पर आपको मिलेगा। और इसके अलावा हमारी जो वेबसाइट है उसके ऊपर सब कुछ अपलोडेड है अब, और कोई चीज़ ऐसी नहीं है जिसके लिए कोई नई चीज़ चाहिए हो। वाइस चांसलर साहब ने बाकायदा अपील की थी लोगों से कि वो AMU की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पर अपने को रजिस्टर कराएं। तो वो रजिस्ट्रेशन जो है वो अभी तक 1800 लोगों ने करा लिया है। मैं चाहूँगा कि 1 लाख लोग 2 लाख लोग उस पर आ जाएं, लेकिन लोग विज़िट नहीं करते, वेबसाइट विज़िट नहीं करते और उस पर रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं कराते, तो ये उनकी गलती है। लेकिन हमने अपना काम कर दिया है कि अब वेबसाइट पर फॉर्म मौजूद है, रजिस्ट्रेशन की एक डिटेल्स आप दे सकते हैं, आपने यूनिवर्सिटी कब ज्वाइन की, कब छोड़ी, इसकी सारी डिटेल्स चाह सकते हैं। दूसरी बात, डिपार्टमेंट के एलुमनाई की बात नौशाद अंसारी साहब ने की। मैंने इंडिविजुअल लेटर 110 डिपार्टमेंट के चेयरमैन को लिखा कि आप अपने डिपार्टमेंट के 10 टॉप मोस्ट इलस्ट्रियस एलुमनाइज का जो हम एक डाटाबेस बना रहे हैं, आप हमें उनके नाम दे दीजिए। तो मुझे अफसोस है इस बात का कि बहुत सारे चेयरमैन ने उसको अभी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं किया है, लेकिन जिन्होंने किया है उनकी पूरी डिटेल हमारे पास मौजूद है और हम इंशाल्लाह उस डेटाबेस को, हर डिपार्टमेंट के डेटाबेस को हम पूरा वेबसाइट पे डालेंगे। कि ये मुझे देखकर बहुत खुशी हुई कि हमारे एलुमनाइज हिंदुस्तान में कितनी टॉप पोजीशंस पर मौजूद हैं, और हमने उनसे डायरेक्ट कॉल किया, हमने उनको टेलीफोन किए, हमने उनके ईमेल्स किए और उनसे उनके विशेस उनसे कहा कि आप मैसेज दे दें अगर आप नहीं आ पा रहे हैं। बहरहाल हम लोग ये सब काम अब कर रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह ये काम आगे भी जारी रहेगा। और नौशाद अंसारी साहब को, फैसल को, मैं सबको ये बात यकीन के साथ कहता हूँ कि एलुमनाई अफेयर्स कमेटी एक फ़ाल कमेटी है, एक वर्किंग कमेटी है, और वी आर डूइंग समथिंग ऑन डेली बेसिस, सो बी श्योर दैट इट इज़ देयर। मैं अब दरख्वास्त करूँगा तनवीर आलम साहब से, जो बम्बई से तशरीफ़ लाएँ। हमारे बहुत ही एक तरह से मैं इनको पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविस्ट कहता हूँ क्यों, और माशाल्लाह बहुत जल्दी आप इनको मेंबर ऑफ़ पार्लियामेंट की हैसियत से दिल्ली में देख सकते हैं। ये पूरी कोशिश है कि ये MP का इलेक्शन लड़ने जा रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह ये कामयाब होंगे, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है। तशरीफ़ लाइए तनवीर आलम साहब और अपनी बात बेहद मुख्तसर अल्फाजों में लोगों के सामने रखिए।
सदर मोहतरम साहब, मुल्क के कोने कोने से आए एलुमनाई और बैरूनी ममालिक से आए हमारे एलुमनाई, टीचर्स, नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ, स्टूडेंट्स, अस्सलामु अलैकुम। मैं सलाम करता हूँ उस इदारे को जिसने 2 लफ्ज़ बोलना सिखाया हमें भी, आपको भी, और उन तमाम लोगों को जो अलग अलग जगह पर अलग अलग शुबे में रहते हुए इस मादरे दरसगाह को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी तालीमी इदारों का खलीफा है, बिला शक, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। जब हम बात करते हैं कि अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी खलीफा है, तो हम और हमारे ऊपर, हमारे तमाम तलबा तालबात के ऊपर एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हो जाती है कौम व मिल्लत की। हजरात तमाम लोगों ने अपनी बातें रखी, फंड रेजिंग पे बात हुई, यूनिवर्सिटी पे बात हुई, लेकिन हमारी और भी कौमी जिम्मेदारियां हैं जिस पर मैं चाहता हूं कि बात करूं। हमारी जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटी तक महदूद नहीं रहती, हमारी जिम्मेदारी इस मुल्क और तमाम दुनिया के लिए सर सैयद ने अपनी हयात में ही इख्वानुन नफ्सा और ओल्ड बॉयज़ एसोसिएशन कायम करके कर दिया था। सोचने की ज़रूरत है कि क्या इन जिम्मेदारियों को हमने निभाया है। बिला शक मैं यहाँ से कहूँगा हमने ही नहीं निभाया है। सबसे पहला शख्स हूँ, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमने ईमानदारी से नहीं निभाई, लेकिन कब तक नहीं निभाएंगे, हमें निभाना पड़ेगा, हमें आगे आना पड़ेगा, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा, सिर्फ एलीट क्लास के लिए नहीं। हम जब जाते हैं कहीं, अलीगरियन हर जगह अपने आप को एलीट क्लास महसूस करता है और रिप्रेजेंट करता है, लेकिन उस क्लास के बारे में कभी सोचा है जो गलियों में रहता है, जिसको तालीम की ज़रूरत है, जिसको सेहत के मामले में ज़रूरत है, हमारे इमदाद की ज़रूरत है। तालीम की जब बात होती है शेखुल जामिया, मैं आपको अर्ज़ करना चाहता हूँ कि हुकूमत हिंद ने आपको ये पावर दिया था कि 5 सेंटर्स का क़याम करें, जिसमें 3 सेंटर गालबन 3 कह लें, 2 कह लें या 2.5 कह लें, PK अब्दुल अजीज़ साहब करके गए थे। लेकिन आप
या हिंदुस्तान से बाहर जितने बैरूनी ममालिक में जिस पोजीशन में हैं, उसकी सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ ये वजह है कि हम अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी के एक प्रोडक्ट हैं। अगर अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं हुआ होता तो न जाने हम में से कितने इंजीनियर नहीं बन पाते, कितने डॉक्टर नहीं बन पाते, चाहे वो यूएस में होने वाले हो, चाहे वो हिंदुस्तान में होने वाले हो, चाहे वो किसी मुल्क में होने वाले हो। दोस्तों, मैं जनाब शेखुल जामिया साहब का तकलीफ और पेन समझ सकता हूँ। वो निहायत ही जेंटल आदमी हैं, हिंदुस्तान में आर्मी के उस पोस्ट में रहे हैं जहां मुसलमानों को पहुंचना बहुत ही मुश्किल होता है। मैं कुछ बातें आप तमाम लोगों के सामने कहना चाहता हूं। जनाब जमीरुद्दीन शाह साहब बोलते कम हैं, सुनते ज़्यादा हैं, करते ज़्यादा हैं, बताते कम हैं, ये उनकी पहचान है। सर, आज हम यहां से आपको सल्यूट करते हैं और असलम यहां से आपको सल्यूट नहीं कर रहा है, बल्कि सीमांचल जो 4 इजला पे मबनी है वो तमाम लोग आपको सल्यूट करता है, क्योंकि किशनगंज में इतने मुखालिफ के बावजूद भी आपने सेंटर खोला और आपने वहां पर एक अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी की रोशनी डाली और एक चिराग डाला वहां पर। मैं आपको सलाम करता हूं। दोस्तों, मैं अलमुनाई अफेयर्स कमेटी के तमाम जिम्मेदारान, जनरल द्विवेदी साहब, हमारे मोहतरम वस्ताद जनाब सोहेल साबरी साहब, इनके साथ तमाम अकाबिरान, तमाम मेंबरान को सलाम करता हूं कि आज इस प्लेटफॉर्म में एक ऐसी डिस्कशन हो रही है कि इस मादरे दरसगाह को कैसे बचाया जाए। आप तमाम लोगों को पता होगा कि यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एचआरडी से जो पैसे आते हैं उस पैसे से लिमिटेड काम हो सकता है। उस मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी के भी हमें अच्छे इलाज करना है और इलाज ये हम कर सकते हैं, तमाम अलमुनाई कर सकते हैं। हम तमाम अलमुनाई से अपील करते हैं और मैं अलमुनाई अफेयर्स कमेटी से भी गुजारिश करते हैं कि अगर पूरी दुनिया में जितने भी अलमुनाई हैं, चाहे वो 10 लाख हो, 15 लाख हो, 20 लाख हो, उनका एक टीम बनाइए, एक ग्रुप बनाइए और हर कंट्री में एक जिम्मेदार बनाइए। इंशाअल्लाह उनको एक ऐसी अपील कीजिए कि वहां से 50 करोड़ 100 करोड़ रुपया आए, ताकि ये मेरी मादरे दरसगाह जिसको हम लोग मां मानते हैं, इसकी सेहत को ठीक किया जाए। मैं जनाब शेखुल जामिया से अपील करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि सेंटर्स खुले ना खुले इस पे डिबेट हो चुका है और ये डिबेट बंद भी हो चुका है। जरूरत इस बात की है कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है। सर, आप जानते हैं 2 दिन से आपको सुन रहे हैं और आप एक विजनरी आदमी हैं। आप जानते हैं कि किस तरह से गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी से काम लिया जाए। आज महाराष्ट्र में इलेक्शन होने वाला है, वहां पर असेंबली का भी इलेक्शन होने वाला है। सेंटर में कांग्रेस की हुकूमत है, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की भी हुकूमत है। मैं आपसे मुतवल्ला करना चाहता हूं कि आपका नाम भी सर सैयद के नाम के साथ ऐड हो जाएगा। अगर आप अपने टेन्योर में दोनों सेंटर्स, महाराष्ट्र सेंटर और भोपाल सेंटर खोल देंगे तो आपको भी ये जनरेशन सर सैयद अहमद खान के नाम से जाना जाएगा, क्योंकि सेंटर खोलने की बात नहीं है। आप खुद यहाँ कहते हैं कि 10 साल के अंदर में वो तमाम सेंटर एक मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का शक्ल ले लेगा और एक इनफरादी यूनिवर्सिटी बन जाएगा। ये ऐसा मौका हिंदुस्तान में कभी नहीं मिलेगा। एक गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी है, उस सेंटर को खोलिए, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान का मुसलमान कहीं पढ़ने नहीं जा पाता है, वो सिर्फ अलीगढ़ है। अगर ये सेंटर खोलेगा तो हम तमाम लोगों को फायदा होगा। 1 मिनट में अपनी बात खत्म कर दूंगा। मैं खास करके हिंदुस्तान के बाहर उन तमाम एएमयू एसोसिएशन से अपील करना चाहता हूं कि हम लोग हिंदुस्तान में रहते हैं, हम लोग एग्जीक्यूशन कर सकते हैं, हमारे पास मैन पावर है, हमारे पास इंप्लीमेंटेशन पावर है। दोस्तों, आप लोगों के पास मनी पावर है। अगर वो मनी पावर हिंदुस्तान के मैन पावर से मिल जाएगा तो अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी इंशाअल्लाह 2017 जो एक विजन है, नंबर 1 यूनिवर्सिटी बन जाएगा। इसको कामयाब करें। इसी के साथ अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं।
बहुत शुक्रिया असलम साहब। अब मैं दरख्वास्त करूंगा जनाब रईस अहमद साहब से, जो बम्बई से तशरीफ़ लाए हैं और अभी आपने देखा कि किस फराग दिली के साथ उन्होंने उस ऑक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और एक स्पार्क पैदा किया। मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ उनका यूनिवर्सिटी बरादरी की जानिब से। और आप एमयू एलुमनाई एसोसिएशन मुंबई के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं और हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए बहुत कुछ करने की उनके अंदर सलाहियत भी है। अल्लाह ने उनको नवाजा भी है और इंशाअल्लाह आप बहुत जल्द सुनेंगे कि अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी को मुंबई एलुमनाई एसोसिएशन की तरफ से किस तरह का प्रोजेक्ट यूनिवर्सिटी को मिलने जा रहा है। मैं दरख्वास्त करता हूँ रईस अहमद साहब से अपने ख्यालात का इजहार करें।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। अब यकीन जाने मुझे डाइस पा की स्पीच देने की या किसी की आदत भी नहीं है या मुझे आता भी नहीं है। ये शायद दूसरा मर्तबा होगा मैं जो बात कर रहा हूँ। और जब पहली मर्तबा मैं खड़ा हुआ था तो यूपी के गवर्नर थे, उनका प्रोग्राम था, तो अचानक मेरा नाम दे दिया गया कि अब रईस साहब कुछ बात कहेंगे, तो मेरे पैरों में कभी शुरू हो गई थी। तो खैर ये तो मैंने बताया कि शायद मैं जितनी जज्बाती या अच्छी तरह से स्पीच हमारे दूसरे लोग देते आए हैं उतनी नहीं दे सकूं, लेकिन इतना यकीन है जो बात मैं कहूँगा दिल से कहूँगा। और ये भी जानता हूँ कोई दिल की बात कही जाती है तो दिल तक पहुँच जाती है, ऐसा है। तो मैं सबसे पहले मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूँ हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब को, त्रिवेदी साहब को, सोहेल साहब को, जिन्होंने इतना बेहतरीन अच्छा प्रोग्राम रखा और काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को मिला, काफ़ी कुछ जानकारियाँ मिली, कुछ गलतफहमी दूर हुई, कुछ बातें थी जो नहीं मालूमात थी वो भी मालूम हुई यहाँ पर आने के बाद में। और इंशाल्लाह इसी तरह से हम लोग आइंदा प्रोग्राम में आते भी रहेंगे। मैं मुंबई वर्ल्ड वाइज जनरल सेक्रेटरी हूँ वहाँ का, मुंबई चैप्टर का। मेरे साथी फरीद साहब, राशिद साहब, ज़ोहर रिजवी साहब, अतीक साहब, तारिक साहब सब मौजूद हैं यहाँ पर और सब दिल से काम करना चाहते हैं। अक्सर लोग बड़े बड़े कामों की बात करते हैं कि बड़े काम करना है और छोटे काम इसलिए नहीं करना चाहते, कहते हैं बहुत छोटे छोटे काम हैं, इनको क्या करने का। तो बड़े कर नहीं पाते हैं और छोटे करते नहीं हैं, ऐसा है। तो मैं ऐसा मेरी सोच है कि हम लोग जो छोटे छोटे काम हैं उनको शुरुआत करें। वो देखने में छोटा हो सकता है लेकिन एक दिन वो काम बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है। जिस तरह से हमें दरख्त लगाते हैं बहुत छोटा सा होता है, लेकिन ओवर द टाइम ऐसा वक्त आता है कि वो दरख्त बहुत बड़ा होता है, बहुत फलदार भी हो जाता है, ऐसा। हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब ने बताया कि भाई 2017 में हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी नंबर 1 हो जाएगी हमारे मुल्क के अंदर और 2020 में इंशाल्लाह टॉप 100 में आएगी। मेरी भी ऐसी ख्वाहिश है, दुआ भी है, तमन्ना भी है, जैसा वाइस चांसलर साहब ने कहा वैसा हो। लेकिन मैं थोड़ा सा वाइस चांसलर साहब से ये भी जानना चाहूँगा कि 2017 में हमारी नंबर 1 यूनिवर्सिटी हो जाएगी, उसके लिए क्या एजेंडा है, क्या प्रोग्राम है, किस तरह से चाहते हैं क्योंकि उसमें जितने ज़्यादा लोग शामिल होंगे ट्रांसपेरेंसी रहेगी और जो काम वो कर रहे हैं बहुत सारी दिक्कतें आएंगी, तो उसमें हम काफ़ी कुछ कर सकते हैं, उनकी मदद भी कर सकते हैं। अकेले काम तो कोई इंसान एक कर नहीं सकता, टीम वर्क होती है जो काम कर सकती है। और नंबर 1 यूनिवर्सिटी बनाने के लिए एक अच्छी इमारत की ही सिर्फ ज़रूरत नहीं होती है, वहाँ पर एक क्वालिटी एजुकेशन भी होना चाहिए, एक्सपीरियंस स्टाफ होना चाहिए। वो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन स्कूलिंग से भी आती है। जब हमारा स्कूलिंग ही अच्छी नहीं होगी तो आगे की हमारी क्वालिटी एजुकेशन नहीं हो सकती है वहाँ पर। तो जो हमारे यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी में कुछ स्कूल हैं तो मैं सोचता हूँ वहाँ पर वो क्वालिटी नहीं है जो होनी चाहिए, उसको हम बहुत बेहतर कर सकते हैं। वहाँ और अच्छे एक्सपीरियंस स्टाफ को रख सकते हैं ताकि स्कूलिंग अच्छी होगी तो उनका आगे के जो फर्दर स्टडी है वो भी बेहतर होगी। स्कूलिंग अच्छी नहीं हो पाएगी तो आगे हम लोग शायद जो बेटर कंपटीशन में इतना अच्छा रिजल्ट नहीं दे पाएंगे जो हमारा होना चाहिए। जब हमारा रिजल्ट ही अच्छा नहीं है तो हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी नंबर 1 कैसे हो पाएगी, ऐसा होगा। तो मेरा एक सजेशन है वाइस चांसलर साहब से कि उसमें हम सबको शामिल करें। हम लोग जिस लायक भी हैं उसमें इंशाल्लाह रहमान हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहेगा, भले चाहे छोटा हो। जो हमारे दूसरे हजरात, हमारे दूसरे अलीगढ़ के जो लोग हैं, एलुमनाई हैं, जो काफ़ी बड़े अहदों पे हैं, हर तरह से उनको अल्लाह ताला ने नवाजा है, वो अपने हिसाब से करेंगे, हम लोग अपने हिसाब से इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन करेंगे। और जो ख्वाब है हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब का वो इंशाल्लाह रहमान ज़रूर पूरा होगा, ऐसा करके। और जो फ़र्क दिखने में भी आया है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है फ़ख्र भी है, खुशी भी है कि हमको एक बहुत मुद्दत के बाद एक ऐसा वाइस चांसलर मिला जो हम यूनिवर्सिटी में तब्दीलें चाहते थे वो हमें दिखाई दे रही हैं। ये छोटे से वक्फे में इतना हुआ है, आने वाले वक्त में इंशाल्लाह बहुत बड़ा होगा। तो इसमें मेरी ख्वाहिश भी है, दुआ भी है, वाइस चांसलर साहब हमारे यहाँ पर बीच में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वक्त तक रहें, अल्लाह उनको बहुत अच्छी सेहत दे और ताकि हमारे इस यूनिवर्सिटी को बहुत एक ऊँचा और अच्छा मकाम दे सकें उस हिसाब से। स्कूलिंग या एवोल्यूशन जो होता है हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में है, जो पहले शायद 50-50% होता था, शायद मुझे ऐसे मालूम पड़ा है वो 50% नहीं हो गया, 100% हमारा स्टाफ ही एवोल्यूशन करता है उसका। तो उससे क्या होता है, कभी कभी चीज़ें ऐसी हों, वही स्टाफ पढ़ाने वाला है, वही स्टाफ आपके पेपर सेट कर रहा है, वही स्टाफ आपका रिजल्ट बना रहा है, तो शायद उसमें वो हम जो तवक्को करते हैं वो चीज़ नहीं आ पाए। तो एक सजेशन है कि वो 50% इंटरनल करे और 50% एक्सटर्नल उसका एवोल्यूशन होना चाहिए सर। इससे क्या, जो बाहर के लोग चेक करेंगे तो वो पूरी ईमानदारी से करेंगे। हो सकता है मैं जिस बच्चे को पढ़ा रहा हूँ तो उसके लिए वो जो करना चाहिए मैं उतना नहीं कर सकूँ उस हिसाब से। तो मेरा सजेशन है इस तरह के छोटे छोटे, तो शायद सब स्टाफ भी जानते होंगे, वाइस चांसलर साहब भी जानते होंगे, लेकिन फिर भी मेरे मन में आया तो मैं आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूँ उसके लिए। और हमारी एलुमनी मुंबई की है, हम लोग वहाँ पर जो काम कर रहे हैं वो तो कर ही रहे हैं, वहाँ पर जिस तरह से भी कर रहे हैं। तो इसके लिए मैंने वाइस चांसलर साहब को दावत भी दी है और इंशाल्लाह वो 1 महीने में या 2 महीने जैसा वक्त होगा अलीगढ़ आएंगे। तो हमारी जो एसोसिएशन है वो उससे जो भी कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए वो करेंगे। प्लस एक आप सब जानते हैं मुंबई है एक ऐसी कैपिटल है जो पूरे हिंदुस्तान की फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल कहलाती है। इसमें मेरे कुछ काफ़ी ताल्लुकात वाले लोग हैं, हमारे दूसरे लोग हैं उनके भी ताल्लुकात वाले लोग हैं, जिनसे हम दरख्वास्त कर सकते हैं और हक से भी कह सकते हैं कि भाई हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए आप मदद करो। वो बहुत किसी भी पैसे की फॉर्म में भी हो सकती है और दूसरी गाइडेंस की फॉर्म में भी हो सकती है। तो मेरी ख्वाहिश है कि वाइस चांसलर साहब मुंबई आएँ और थोड़ा सा वक्त निकालें, और लेकिन आने से पहले थोड़ा एक अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन लेके आएँ ताकि वो चीज़ें हम वहाँ पर लोगों को दिखाएं। आने से पहले सब जगह बना के रखें, वाइस चांसलर साहब के आने के बाद में सब चीज़ें तैयार मिलें। एक प्रेजेंटेशन ऐसा होना चाहिए लोगों को इम्प्रेस करे, वाकई हम कुछ काम कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर और कुछ काम करना चाहते हैं, हमारी ज़रूरत भी है। और जो फंड वहाँ से आए उसके लिए एक मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी बननी चाहिए ताकि हमको एहसास हो कि हमारा जो पैसा है वो जिस काम के लिए लिया गया है वो सही मद में खर्च हो रहा है और सही तरीके से खर्च हो रहा है। अब हमने 1 करोड़ रुपये दिया, वो 1 करोड़ का काम भी होना चाहिए। हमने 1 करोड़ रुपये दिया, वो काम 80 लाख में हो सकता था या 70 लाख में हो सकता था, ऐसा ना होना चाहिए। वो 1 करोड़ का काम 1 करोड़ रुपये में ही होना चाहिए और उसकी पूरी तरह से मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी बनाई जाए जो उसको मॉनिटर करे, देखे कि भाई जो हर काम वाइस चांसलर साहब नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो देखे और कि सही पैसा हो रहा है, सही काम में वो खर्च किया जा रहा है। तो इस तरह की मेरे ये कुछ सजेशंस है जो मैं दे रहा हूँ, अगर ठीक लगे तो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कीजिए, नहीं तो और बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमारे दोस्तों ने यहाँ पर बहुत सारे सजेशंस दिए यहाँ पर आने के लिए। दूसरा एक जो एलुमनाई फंड आता है हम उसको इस्लामिक कॉलेज के या फिर यूनिवर्सिटी में कोई इस्लामिक कॉलेज नहीं है या मदरसा कहें जिसको, कि भाई मदरसों की बात होती है कि मदरसों में मॉडर्न एजुकेशन नहीं होती है, तो एक मॉडल एजुकेशन के लिए मदरसा या कॉलेज बना सकते हैं। उसके लिए शायद हमको सेंटर से या स्टेट से पैसा नहीं मिलता है या नहीं दिया जाता होगा, तो जो एलुमनाई का पैसा आता है तो हम एक अच्छा मॉडल मदरसा कहें या एजुकेशन कॉलेज इस्लामिक कॉलेज कहें, वो पैसा हम वहाँ खर्च कर सकते हैं और जिसको पूरा मुल्क में गाइडेंस के रूप में इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। हम पूरे मुल्क को बता सकते हैं एक इस्लामिक मॉडल मदरसा क्या होता है, उसमें हर तरह की तालीम दी जाएगी जो एक यूनिवर्सिटी में दी जाती है। तो एक मिसाल भी बन सकता है, एक दूसरी नई जनरेशन के लिए वो गाइडेंस भी हो सकता है और जो पैसा आता है हम उसका सही इस्तेमाल भी कर सकते हैं। मुझे नहीं लगता है कोई एलुमनाई इस चीज़ के लिए ऐतराज़ करेगी। तो ये भी मेरा एक सजेशन है जो आप उसको सोच सकते हैं, अमल करना चाहें तो उसको अमल भी कर सकते हैं। और दूसरा यह कि जो अभी यहाँ पर अक्सर अभी मैंने आज अखबार में पढ़ा था कि अलीगढ़ वर्ल्ड वाइड यूनिवर्सिटी की यूनियन है एसोसिएशन, वो इसमें शामिल नहीं हुई। तो वो क्यों नहीं हुई, क्या वजह है, मुझे इतना मालूमात भी नहीं है, पर एक बहुत अफसोस की बात है। इतने दुनिया के जहाँ के जितने यूके से, यूएस से, यूएई से, मुंबई से, दुनिया के शहर, हिंदुस्तान के पूरे शहर से हम लोग सब यहाँ पर आए हैं। हर शख्स बिजी है, हर शख्स की अपनी कोई हैसियत है, एक लगाव है, मोहब्बत है, वो शामिल नहीं हुए। मुझे बहुत अफसोस भी हो रहा है, दुख की बात भी है। उनको यहाँ आके हम लोग के लिए मिलना चाहिए था, गाइडेंस करना चाहिए था, मोटिवेट करना चाहिए था। हम उनके बीच बैठ के कुछ परेशानियाँ यहाँ की लोकल समझते थे और वो हमारे समझते थे, पर क्यों नहीं है इसको वाइस साहब देखें और उनकी क्या तकलीफ़ है या नहीं है उसको दूर करने की कोशिश करें। और एक सबसे बड़ा है कि डिसिप्लिन होना चाहिए। हालांकि काफ़ी डिसिप्लिन में चेंजेस भी हुए और हो भी रहे हैं। धरना बात बात पे धरना दिया जाता है, तो बिना वजह एक धरना ना देके कोई भी बात है आप डायरेक्ट बात करें। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो पूरी तरह से सुनेगा, सही जायज़ मांग होगी तो उसको पूरा भी किया जाएगा। तो इससे क्या है, हमारा नाम भी ख़राब होता है यूनिवर्सिटी का, एक कल्चर, गलत कल्चर डेवलप होता है। बिना वजह धरना दे रहे हैं, नो डाउट धरना देना सबका हक है, लेकिन छोटी छोटी बातों के लिए धरना देना, उससे मीडिया के थ्रू दूसरे हमारी जो कौमें हैं उन पर बहुत गलत असर पड़ता है। बिना वजह इस तरह की हरकतें ना की जाएं। इसमें थोड़ा सा वाइस साहब थोड़ा और ज़रा सख्त होकर इन चीज़ों को देखें तो उससे एक अच्छा रिजल्ट मिल सकता है। आने वाले वक्त में जो हम सोचते हैं कि भाई 2017 तक अच्छा यूनिवर्सिटी बने, नंबर 1 यूनिवर्सिटी बने, तो ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं लेकिन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस करती हैं। इन चीज़ों को भी साथ में देखना चाहिए और दूर करने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए उस हिसाब से। अभी यहाँ आने के बाद में हमने हमारे एसोसिएशन के मेंबर ने तय किया कि हम अलीगढ़ में मुंबई में एक सरसियत वीक मनाएंगे ऐसा आगे। तो उसके लिए मेरी ख्वाहिश है कि वाइस चांसलर आएँ, हमारा उस वीक का इनॉग्रेशन करें और वहाँ हम लोगों को स्कॉलरशिप देंगे और जो हमारे उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे ऐसे होंगे, और जो गरीब लोग हैं उनकी फ़ीस वगैरह हम लोग मुफ्त में फ़ीस वगैरह देंगे। इस तरह के हमारे बहुत सारे उसमें प्रोग्राम हैं जो अलीगढ़ वीक हम करना चाहते हैं मुंबई के अंदर। दूसरा, मेरी अपनी पर्सनल जो कुछ ऑफ़र्स हैं, यहाँ के स्टूडेंट भी बैठे होंगे जो यहाँ से तालीम पूरा करके मुंबई आते हैं। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैं मुंबई में हूँ, एज ए बिल्डर की हैसियत से काम करता हूँ। यहाँ का जो मौजूद है स्टूडेंट, जो स्टाफ जो भी मौजूद हैं वो भी सुन लें और वो दूसरे अपने स्टूडेंट को बता दें। किसी वक्त भी कोई भी स्टूडेंट मुंबई में आना चाहता है, कोई एग्ज़ाम देना है, कहीं इंटरव्यू देना है, कहीं मुंबई से दूसरे मुल्क में जाना है, तो मेरे लिए उसकी खिदमत है, उसको रहने के लिए घर, उसके लिए खाना पीना, उसके लिए जो ज़रूरत है इंशाअल्लाह रहमान वो वहाँ पर मुफ्त मिलेगी। और जॉब मेरे जो कंपनी है उसमें काफ़ी तादाद में लोग काम करते हैं। अगर मुमकिन हुआ तो मैं उनके यहाँ अपने यहाँ एकोमोडेट करूँगा, नहीं हुआ तो जो मेरे दोस्त लोग वगैरह हैं उनको वहाँ पर जॉब दिलाने की कोशिश करूँगा, और नहीं हुआ तो सिफारिश की ज़रूरत पड़ी तो हम लोग उनको दूसरे मुल्क में, चाहे वो सऊदी अरब है, यूएई वगैरह में जाना चाहते हैं, आजकल वीज़ा वगैरह में बहुत फ्रॉड होते हैं, तो हमारे ऐसे दोस्त हैं वो वीज़ा का, टिकटिंग का, बाहर भेजने का काम भी करते हैं, मैन पावर का। तो एक सही जगह मैं उनको भेज सकता हूँ, उनके साथ कोई चीटिंग नहीं होगी, और जहाँ भी उनको मदद की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी इंशाअल्लाह हम हमारी कमेटी लोगों की मदद भी करेंगे। तो ये ऐसे छोटे छोटे काम हैं जो मैं करता रहा हूँ और करना चाहता हूँ, और बड़े बड़े काम हमारे अपने दूसरे दोस्त कर ही रहे हैं। तो मुंबई शहर में हमारे किसी भी स्टूडेंट को यहाँ पर किसी भी तरह की वह मदद पड़ती हो तो हम लोग वहाँ पर हाजिर हैं। मैं अपने नंबर्स वगैरह सब दे दूँगा, यहाँ पर वेबसाइट पे भी डाल दूँगा, तो ये हम लोग वहाँ पर मदद करने के लिए उनको तैयार हैं। तो यही अपनी मैं बात ख़त्म करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अल्लाह हाफ़िज़।
नहीं, आपको कोई गलतफहमी नहीं है, बल्कि वो शामिल नहीं हुए तो अफसोस है, आपने उसको क्लैरिफाई कर दिया, बहुत शुक्रिया। शुक्रिया बदरुल इस्लाम साहब, आपने बात को क्लैरिफाई कर दिया, बहुत शुक्रिया। रईस साहब का भी शुक्रिया कि आपने अपने प्रपोजल्स रखे हैं। इंशाल्लाह हम सब मिलकर उसको पूरा करने की कोशिश करेंगे, और आपने जो ऑफ़र्स की हैं उसको हम वेबसाइट पर अपने डालेंगे, और इंशाल्लाह हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को उसके बारे में सब कुछ मालूम हो जाएगा। आखिर में मैं जनाब SM अमीन साहब से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दें। आप USA से तशरीफ़ लाए हैं और हमारे बहुत से फलाही कामों में आप बहुत बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लेते हैं। मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि आप अपनी बात बहुत मुख्तसर सी, उसको स्किप भी कर सकते हैं आप प्रेजेंटेशन में कुछ चीज़ें, क्योंकि खाने का वक्त हो चुका है और बहुत सारे लोग खाने पर बाहर हमारा इंतज़ार तकरीबन 1.5 घंटे से कर रहे हैं। तो मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा SM अमीन साहब से कि इसको शॉर्ट कर दें अपनी बात को।
जनाब द्विवेदी साहब, मोहतरम शेखुल जामिया, ख़वातीन हज़रात, आज जो जोश, जो मोहब्बत, जो बॉन्ड अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ उन अलुमनाई दिखा रहे हैं, और उसमें जो खुलूस है, जो मोहब्बत है, मैं सोच रहा था कि उसकी वजह क्या है। और मुझे डॉक्टर जाकिर हुसैन साहब का वो जुमला याद आया जो अक्सर जब वो अलीगढ़ में वाइस चांसलर थे तो कहा करते थे कि अलीगढ़ दूसरे तालीमी इदारों से इसलिए भी मुख्तलिफ है कि यहाँ तालीम के साथ साथ तरबियत भी दी जाती है। यहाँ क्लासरूम में तो तालीम हासिल करते हैं डिग्री हासिल करने के लिए, लेकिन उनकी तरबियत हॉस्टल में होती है जहाँ वो डिग्री का इस्तेमाल सीखते हैं। क्लासरूम में वो किताब ख़्वां होते हैं और हॉस्टल का माहौल उन्हें साहिब किताब बनाता है। क्लासरूम में वो मैथ, फिज़िक्स, केमिस्ट्री, इंजीनियरिंग सीखते हैं, लेकिन हॉस्टल में वो जीने का ढंग सीखते हैं, इख्तिलाफ में निबाह का सलीक़ा सीखते हैं और एक साथ मिलजुल कर जमात की ज़िंदगी गुजारने का तरीक़ा सीखते हैं। तो इसलिए मैं ये बातें इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि हॉस्टल बहुत ज़रूरी और बहुत अहम चीज़ है और सबसे ज़्यादा हमें इस पर ज़ोर देना चाहिए कि यहाँ की जो रेजिडेंशियल कैरेक्टर है वो मेंटेन रहे, ताकि यहाँ फिर वही जो पहले माहौल था वही कायम रहे और यहाँ से वो लड़के निकलें, आइंदा भी निकलते रहें, जो कि अपनी मादरी दरसगाह से इसी तरह से मोहब्बत करते रहें जैसे कि हम लोग करते हैं और इंशाअल्लाह करते रहेंगे। तो इसलिए हॉस्टल का बनाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अब इस वक्त सिचुएशन ये है, जब मैं पढ़ता था 1962 में तो सिर्फ मेरे ख्याल में 2.5% 3% लड़के जो थे वो हॉस्टल में नहीं रहते थे, बाकी 95-96% लड़के जो थे वो हॉस्टल में रहा करते थे। अब इस वक्त जो सिचुएशन है, जैसा कि मुझे बताया गया है कि आधे से ज़्यादा लड़के जो हैं वो हॉस्टल के बाहर रहते हैं और वो उस तरबियत से महरूम हैं जो कि अलीगढ़ का माया नाज सरमाया है। मैंने अभी कुछ पिछले साल पहले, एक साल पहले हसन कमाल साहब यहाँ आए थे और वाइस चांसलर साहब से मिले थे और उन्होंने भी, वाइस चांसलर साहब ने भी कहा कि यहाँ पर हॉस्टल की बड़ी कमी है और जिसकी वजह से लड़के बाहर रहते हैं और फिर उनका कंट्रोल भी बहुत मुश्किल है लड़कों का जो बाहर रहते हैं। अगर हॉस्टल बन जाए तो उसमें आसानी होगी, लड़कों को कंट्रोल भी किया जा सकता है और ये इस किस्म की जो धरना वरना की बातें हो रही थी अभी, वो सब ख़त्म की जा सकती हैं। तो ये कमाल साहब फिर हमारे यहाँ वापस अटलांटा लौटे और उन्होंने उमर फारूक से बात की और उमर फारूक ने मुझसे कहा कि आपका तजुर्बा है इंजीनियरिंग में प्रोजेक्ट बनाने का, तो आप एक प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बनाइए जिसमें कि एक हॉस्टल के लिए एक ऐसा हॉस्टल बने जिसमें कि तकरीबन एज ए पायलट प्रोजेक्ट कम से कम 400 लड़के जो हैं उसमें अकोमोडेट हो सकें। और यूनिवर्सिटी जो है, यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ज़मीन बहुत है, वाइस चांसलर साहब ने कहा था कि हम ज़मीन दे देंगे आपको, आप यहाँ हॉस्टल बनाइए। अब हॉस्टल बनाने के लिए ज़मीन भी है, प्लान भी है, डिज़ाइन भी है, लेकिन पैसा नहीं है और यही सबसे मुश्किल सवाल है। इस सवाल को मैं आज इसीलिए इस एलुमनाई इंटरफेस, एलुमनाई अल्मा मैटर इंटरफेस में इस बात को रखना चाह रहा था कि मैं अगर इस काम को करना चाहूँ तो मुझे क्या मदद मिल सकती है। लेकिन मसूद अख्तर साहब ने, डॉक्टर मसूद अख्तर साहब ने कल रात मुझसे बहुत कैंडिडली और बहुत साफ कहा कि अगर आप ये काम करना चाहते हैं तो आपको खुद करना पड़ेगा और फंड रेजिंग भी है, उसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी आपको खुद करनी पड़ेगी। लोग ये काम जो है वो रिक्वेस्ट से या इस तरीके से नहीं होगा। तो मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूँ, लेकिन मुझे वाइस चांसलर साहब की मदद की बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, क्योंकि मैंने असल में तकरीबन 25 साल से भी ज़्यादा सऊदी अरेबिया में भी काम किया है, और वहाँ पर लोगों के पास पैसा है, वो इन कामों के लिए पैसा दे सकते हैं, ख़ासकर मुस्लिम सिटी के लिए। लेकिन मुश्किल ये है कि मेरी उन लोगों के पास, जिनके पास पैसा है, मेरी पहुँच नहीं है। और मैं समझता हूँ, मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि वाइस चांसलर साहब मेरी इस सिलसिले में मदद करेंगे, और हो सकता है कि गवर्नमेंट एम्बेसी के थ्रू, इंडियन एम्बेसी के थ्रू मुझे उन तक मेरी पहुंच हो सके। तो मैं जनाब वाइस चांसलर साहब से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि इस सिलसिले में मेरी मदद करें। मैं समझता हूँ कि, और इसको मैं इसलिए भी ज़्यादा इसमें बहुत जद्दोजहद करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं समझता हूँ कि अलीगढ़ की रेजिडेंशियल कैरेक्टर जो है वो अलीगढ़ के मेंटेन करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और यही चीज़ जो है, रेजिडेंशियल कैरेक्टर इतना ज़रूरी है कि सर सैयद अहमद ख़ान ने जब यूनिवर्सिटी की तामीर की तो क्लासरूम और हॉस्टल दोनों साथ साथ बन रहे थे। तो इससे आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि ये इस यूनिवर्सिटी का पैदाइशी हक़ है कि रेजिडेंशियल कैरेक्टर का उसको मेंटेन किया जाए। तो मैं, और मेरे ख्याल में मैंने एक अंग्रेज़ी में मुहावरा है ना कि वर्क बिगन इज़ हाफ डन। तो जैसे ही कि मुझे ये जिम्मेदारी उमर फारूक साहब ने दी, तो मैंने एक कंसेप्चुअल डिज़ाइन तैयार किया, और उसको जो है वो मैंने, जब मैं पिछले साल आया था तो वाइस चांसलर साहब के खिदमत में पेश भी किया। उन्होंने उसको देखा भी, और उसमें कुछ थोड़ी सी तरमीम के साथ उसको अप्रूव भी किया। और ये जो है इसकी मेरी कोशिश ये रही कि ये कम से कम मुद्दत में और कम से कम पैसों में ये हॉस्टल बन जाए, और फिर ये एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट रहे आइंदा के लिए। तो मैं इसको दिखाएं, कुछ कैसे दिखाएं, तो इसमें दो ऑप्शन थे। एक ऑप्शन तो ये था कि फंड जमा किया जाए, और दूसरा ऑप्शन ये था कि वाइस चांसलर साहब ज़मीन दे रहे हैं। अलीगढ़ में ज़मीन की कीमत बहुत बढ़ गई है, तो बल्कि कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट से ज़्यादा ज़मीन की कीमत है। तो इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन यूनिवर्सिटी कर रही है, तो हम लोग इसको एक प्रॉफिट मेकिंग प्रोजेक्ट भी बना सकते हैं। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में वो नहीं चलेगा, और ये ऑप्शन 2 जो है, जिसमें कि 100% कंट्रीब्यूशन से या फंड रेजिंग से इस प्रोजेक्ट को फाइनेंस किया जाएगा। तो ये बैक हो रहा है, ये आप इसके डिज़ाइन मेरे ख्याल में, अच्छा नहीं तो मैं नक्शा दिखा दूँगा। ये हमने हिसाब लगाया था कि इसमें 1.7 एकड़ स्क्वायर यार्ड या 8,000 स्क्वायर यार्ड ज़मीन की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, और 1.7 एकड़ होता है। तो ये इतनी ज़मीन हमें 100 रूम्स का 400 लड़कों के लिए हॉस्टल बनाने की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। और हमने ये कहा कि साहब ये तीन फ्लोर पर मुश्तमिल होगा, और तीनों फ्लोर एक जैसे होंगे। इसमें ख़ास बात ये है कि ये रिपीटेड मॉड्यूलर डिज़ाइन है, जिसमें कि एक कमरा आपने डिज़ाइन कर लिया तो एग्जैक्टली बाकी जो जितने 100 कमरे हैं वो एग्जैक्टली वही होंगे। तो बहुत जल्दी और बड़ी आसानी से वो सारे डिज़ाइन कंप्लीट हो सकता है। 2 महीने के अंदर पूरा डिज़ाइन हो सकता है। तीनों फ्लोर आइडेंटिकल हैं। आपने एक फ्लोर डिज़ाइन कर लिया, गोया कि आपने तीनों फ्लोर डिज़ाइन कर लिया। सारे बाथरूम, डोर्स, 100 डोर हैं, वो मास स्केल पे प्रोड्यूस हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो सब एक ही डिज़ाइन के हैं। इसी तरह से खिड़कियाँ हैं, सब हैं। ये एक कमरे का टिपिकल डिज़ाइन है, जिसमें कि ये 18 फीट बाय 16 फीट का कमरा है, और उसमें चार समझिए कि केबिन्स बने हैं, उसमें प्राइवेसी भी है और ज़रूरत की सारे फर्नीचर भी हैं, डेस्क है, बेड है, कुर्सी वगैरह है। और बरामदा जो है वो तो यहाँ के अलीगढ़ के हर हॉस्टल का समझिए कि एक स्टैंडर्ड डिज़ाइन है, तो हमने हॉस्टल वो बरामदा भी प्रोवाइड किया है। ये बाथरूम का है। ये बीच में जो है हमने ये कोशिश की है कि ज़मीन जो है उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसके इस्तेमाल हो, तो ये जो है बीच का जो हिस्सा है उस ठीक जी। तो ये है प्रपोज़ल हमारा और इंशाल्लाह इसको जो है मैं बहुत ही एक्टिवली फॉलो करना चाहता हूँ और इसमें जो है अगर अलुमनाई वाले हमारी मदद कर सकें तो उनका बहुत मशहूर होगा, लेकिन मुझे इसमें वाइस चांसलर साहब की पर्सनल हेल्प की ज़रूरत है और मैं ये काम करना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए कि मैं बहुत ज़रूरी समझता हूँ कि हॉस्टल जो है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है यहाँ के
बहुत शुक्रिया एसएम अमीन साहब। आपसे मैंने अलग से भी इस प्रपोज़ल को पूरे डिस्कस किया था और आपने बताया था मुझको। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि इंशाल्लाह अलुमनाई की मदद से और आपकी ताउन से ये हॉस्टल की जो ज़रूरत है यूनिवर्सिटी की वो भी इंशाल्लाह पूरी होगी। कुछ ऐलानात हैं मैं पहले करना चाहूँगा, उसके बाद मैं जनरल द्विवेदी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो चेयर कर रहे हैं सेशन को, वो समाप्त करेंगे। अभी यहाँ पर फ़ौरन खाना खाने के बाद अलीगढ़ मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी के अलुमनाइज़, यंग अलुमनाइज़ जो दिल्ली में हैं, उन्होंने एक प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार किया है जो यहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए तैयार किया है और उसका एडवर्टीज़मेंट मैंने पूरी यूनिवर्सिटी में किया है, बार बार किया है और इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि स्टूडेंट्स शायद उस प्रेजेंटेशन में ज़रूर आएंगे। AMU राइजेस करके वो प्रेजेंटेशन देखने लायक होगा, वो उन यंग स्टूडेंट्स की तरफ से जो यहाँ से अभी हाल ही में गए होंगे चंद साल पहले, और वो यहाँ पर अपनी बात रखेंगे। उसके बाद जब ये प्रेजेंटेशन ख़त्म होगा तो तकरीबन 4 बज जाएगा, 4:30 बज जाएगा। ठीक 4:30 बजे, हम 4 बजे के प्रोग्राम को थोड़ा आधे घंटे बढ़ा देंगे। 4:30 बजे सारे अलुमनाई से दरख्वास्त है कि वो हमारे जो स्मार्ट क्लासरूम का इनाग्रेशन है वो गाड़ियाँ यहाँ मौजूद रहेंगी, आप सब लोग हमारे साथ वहाँ चलें और वो प्रोग्राम भी आप उसमें शामिल हों ताकि आपको मालूम हो कि स्मार्ट क्लासरूम बनने का काम जो चल रहा है उसका आज बाज़ाब्ता आगाज़ होगा और 4 क्लासरूम्स ऑलमोस्ट तैयार हो चुके हैं। इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में आप लोग यहाँ से तशरीफ़ ले चलेंगे तो 4:30 बजे यहाँ से हम लोग सीधे सेशन ख़त्म होते ही इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज जाएंगे और फिर आप फ्री होंगे, do whatever you do. 8 o'clock we'll be again gathering here for the dinner which has been sponsored by Rais Ahmed Saab. For tonight dinner was by the Alumni Affairs Committee, but he said that he will be sponsoring tonight's dinner. So for the invited guests and delegates, this dinner will be at 8:30 in the lawns of Kennedy Hall. So these are the few announcements. Now I request Professor Dwivedi to please do dual duty. You may just sum up the session and also thank the speakers. Professor Dwivedi, please.
Vice Chancellor Sir, alumni comrades and friends, I think it's quite late in the day. All I can say that this technical session was very educative, very thought-provoking, and a lot of passion was there on the part of the alumni, and the commitment is indeed very laudable. Number of suggestions have come. Some of them are already in place, and some will be deliberated, and you will be informed on the proceedings and the outcome. But one issue which I like to put on the table with the permission of the Vice Chancellor is that transparency and trust is the DNA of the Vice Chancellor and his team, and everything will be put on the website, and every rupee that comes in the alumni fund will be spent with lot of judiciousness and deliberation. At the end, I wish to very individually thank all our esteemed speakers, Mr. Fazil Zakaria, Mr. Tanveer Alam, Mr. Ansari, Mr. Muhammad Aslam, Mr. Raiz Ahmed, and Mr. Amin. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much.
परवानों की, ये दश्त जुनून दीवानों का, ये बज़्म वफा परवानों की, ये शहर करब रुमानों का, ये खुल्द बड़ी अरमानों की। फितरत ने सिखाई है हमको उफ़तान यहाँ, परवाज़ यहाँ, फितरत ने बरसेगा 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 बरसेगा
चन्नो ऊपर आ जाओ so he opens then I then you then Vito.
I'm not going to touch any of your slides.
I'll keep this background for you.
So if when I finish, you come and then you.
कहाँ पीने
आप तो प्रेजेंटेशन से पहले थोड़ा सिगरेट पीजिए थिएटर वाले लोग होते हैं तारीख वाला काम है तारीख उधर है मैं कौन है एजाज कौन है एजाज एजाज